why ningenzi ama-special vote before bakwazi uba abantu abadala bavote kuqala before i-queue ezizeni? Okwesibini, umntanam mna una-19 namhlanje kulo nyaka akange avote, ujikisiwe khona phaya. So ke ngoku xa engavoti ufanele uba athini? Li-2003 Sam noKandamane khange bavote bobabini ngabaka-2003. So andiyazi xa nithi masivote, xa kufika ixesha lovota ningafuni uba abantwana mabavote. Mna ndijikiswe kaninji phaya ekreshi nini nisithi akhange ndibhalise ama-special vote, ndibe ndingawazi uba abhaliswa phi. Ndiyabonga.
All right, if I can, meaning we will publicize having a need special vote hore batho ba bagolo ba kgone go kry-a information ba siba nawo, and then umuntu ya apply vele. So mang applyanga, we cannot allow you to vote ngama-special vote, ne? But like you say, it means there's a concern ukuthi asipublicize kahle ukuthi wonke umuntu athole i-information. And then the last part ngizothatha ama-details so that we can investigate ukuthi kwenzeka ntoni ukuthi abantwana bangavoti. Ndiyabulela. Let me take this opportunity to. Okay, there's a hand.
Tumela. Okay, let me go back to where do you apply? Or apply for the special vote? That's my question.
Okay, I think you cannot go to the election. So how can the elections republicize the dates, and then you apply either at our office, especially for Batu Babakulu, you need to go to our office. But for young people, because they can go to voting stations, they can apply online. But for elderly, you apply for office in Yarona. There's a form that they will give you for you to fill in. I believe and let me allow you to continue with the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lefedite Mama IC. Lefedite. Ralebo ager. Maranzoya ekoa man. Baolo erle du medicine ager. Erge menleng. E batla gore le du medicine. Re khono simolla ka tiro ya rona ager. Maiko Tawatla kuke. Kya utlwala? Thank you. Ke batla re simolleng ordinarily a re tsamaya. Because re na lo tshakela mafelo a farolana. Re na lo re berekisane le batho ba IC. Akere? So that we facilitate voter education. And we do that because one of the things that we identified, say the mona go nyengwe le krale na le matsapa di lo tseletsa bo di service delivery go ra o tla di tlhopha le bonale akere ona lo ra o tla di tlhopho be lo ra le bonale a le sa bonale it affected the entirety of the cycle for planning purposes. So, monyetla ro fang IC ke thotloetso Yeah, we want to maximize and have our people participate fully in all elections, including by-elections. I get it. Hona le nako e nngwe e le gore le kry-a le gore mokhanselara wa tlhokofala or mokgatlho le gore mokhanselara o tswa ko one wa mogoa tshwanetse le di-by-electioneng. I get it. So ke ka moo le boneng bo mme le bo ntate ba IEC re ba file monyetla gore ba le nopolele botlhokwa ba ditlhopho. Mare e re ke ikitsisi a ke itse gore mo ke hot level. Yeah. Hot level. Yeah, okay, Mike one need to. Sengwe o lemphile o ne lemphile ona. So ke batlo ikitsisa ke re baholo or le ska re mare mothako wa eme mo pela rena o ke mang. Nna ka lebitso ke nna Ezra Letswalo, ke nna modulasetulo wa komite e shebaneng le ditletlebo, di-petitions. I get it. So ordinarily the legislature or a parliament a rona ka mara province a rona ya Gauteng e na le di-committee di farologane. Ho na le di-committee tsa bo housing, ho na le bo committee tsa bo health, education, sports and so on. Mare there's one committee it's an umbrella committee. It encompasses everything. Ke committee ona ya rona re bitsang Petition Standing Committee. Ke committee le reng batho ba ko borona lona a le na le ditletlebo le latlhela ka mo teng a kere. Or ha ile gore maybe ne le na le menagano e rileng gore mare golomente ka tsamaisa lenaneo la lona yang le latlhela ka mo teng a kere gore re kgone go bontshana le golomente gore batho ba ko Kagiso or batho ba Westland ba re tlhabile botlhale ka dintlha tse ba di bontshang gore lenaneo la lona la tsamaiso ya lona ya ditshebeletso e ka tsamaya a kere. So komite ya rona e re bitsa re ke Petition Standing Committee. It's a very special committee. Ke komite le reng e fa batho voice. So ha o dutse o le ko lelapeng la o le gore o tshwentse ke something mare le gore no re bua le mang mara o utlwale. Committee e accentuates your voice. Gore e etsa gore voice ha o e utlwale. A kere ke komite le gore e na le maatla, filwe maatla ya gore re ka bitsa Mayor Ramosamona, re ka bitsa MMC, re ka bitsa Premier, re ka bitsa MEC. We can call whoever that we want, so long as they are within the parameters of our province. So petitions tsa rona re shebisana le dilo tse le goreng they are within the executive and legislative competence ya province ya rona. A kere mara ke tsamaya ke liwane ka sheko because re committee e na le maloko a mang ke tlo ba fa monyetla ba ikitsise. A kere mara at the level of municipalities you also have got similar committees. Lona motlhomong le ditse ba di bitsa di section 79 committees, but then there would be a specific one that overlooks the very same issues that ourselves at the level of the province would be looking into, the petitions. Again, committee e chaira ke ntate Ntando, again, ML laba one ntate Ntando. Agar la mizin ntate Thomas, Eren Shine. Yeah. Ntate Ntando barabawone. Ke nyaka gore ba o bone because yeah, Ntate Ntando ke is my counterpart at the level of the local municipality. Okay. So, re shoma mmogo. So even before le fitla corona, ideally tshwantse le fete ko wena pele. Okay. Before le fitla corona. Ke batlo checka makhanselara a rona. Ke makhanselara a mafeng a le teng ka jeko. A ke batlo re pita fela le one. Ke ba feng ba leng teng. Le kaofela emellang re bone makhanselara a rona. Ore setšhaba se le bona ke re tlo le fa monyetla le ikitsisi Mike o mongwe kae ba fe Mike fela ba ikitsisi ba le itse ke re batla gore setšhaba se le itse ya re batla gore setšhaba se le itse
Molweni nguNomalungelo Xali wase Ward 10.
Amandla. Ke le dumedisa kaofela ka lebitso ke councillor Lebewana Lesotho ho tloha Ward 6.
Dumelang bagolo, ke nna councillor Peter Modise wa mo Ward 11. E reng gape ke le welcoming kaofela lona, including le GPL chairperson Ezra Letswalo. Thank you very much.
Di maccheroni batho bote. Ya obuang ona ke councillor Jonas Octavius Moraba from Ward 16, Mohali City.
Ngiyanibingelela nonke. Okhulumayo Cynthia Mankazane from Ward 8. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Councillor Mcebisi Moyeni Merafong. Councillor Mcebisi Moyeni from Merafong.
Dumela, o buang ke councillor Disebo Tabane go tswa ko Merafong.
Molweni, councillor Luvo Mkanu from Mirafong.
ya a ke re le ba bone makhanselara a rona le tlhophile makhanselara a mantle o ra ona le khanselara la Sekobo mo o re ke makhanselara a mapila fela mo a ke re e re shine our councillors yeah re lebohile ke re makhanselara do we have any other or that I might have missed? Okay, so we're going to allow you, ma'am, to just introduce yourself as well.
Good morning, my name is Aloysia Jooste. I'm a councillor, a ward councillor in Mohali City.
Morning, everybody. I'm Councillor Shannon Cochrane. I'm also from Mohali City. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Councillor Linda Toy from Mohali City. Okay, sorry about that. I'm Councillor Linda Toy. I'm from Mohali City, Ward 21, Noordheuwel. Welcome, everybody.
Sanbonan futhi yimuto Mindando nge councillor eMkhali.
Thank you very much for those introductions. So these are the faces of the different wards that all of you are coming from. Again, the first point of a contact or even entry into your ward. So whenever there are issues, these are the men and women you should be approaching. Again, and then where they may not be able to succeed in intervening on your behalf, they will then assist you to escalate to any other relevant office, including ourselves, isn't it? So maybe allow me at this time to also afford the members of the committee an opportunity to also do their brief introductions. I'm going to start on my left, and I must just alert you, we're a multi-party committee, but there's a point of convergence. And the commonality amongst us all is that our interest is but one. Is that where there's a petition that has been submitted, it must be properly ventilated. There must be some level of interventions, I get it, or some responsiveness on the part of the authorities that would be responsible for that aspect of that petition, isn't it? That they, yeah. Oh, you'll use that one. It's okay. You can use this.
Dumela. Lebitso la ka ke Malesela Ledwaba. Ke member ya portfolio committee. Thank you.
Dumelang, lebitso la ka ke Nakgomotso Tong, member of this committee.
Dumelang, lebitso la ka ke Petros Mabunda, ke member ya committee.
Dumelang, lebitso la ka ke Mathapelo Doli Ledwaba, member of this committee. Thank you.
Dumelang, Naki Greg Schneeman, member of the Portfolio Committee.
Lebautui lager. Oh, they didn't hear you.
Good morning again. My name is Greg Schneeman. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Limutui lager. So these are the members of the committee. Of course, there may be 2 or 3 others who may not have been able to join us this morning, but hopefully they may still join us during the course of the proceedings. But beyond ourselves, because we must also give due regard to the administrative team that is assisting us, I also want you to know them. Because as we deliberate throughout the day, what you will pick up is that there may have to be some follow-ups on a number of petitions that you will have brought forth. And it would be this team that would be assisting us to follow up. So that is why we want you to know them. We're also going to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Sanbanani, Nompumelelo Cele, part of the committee support staff.
Dumelang bagolo, ke Jabu Shabalala. I'm also part of the support team. Thanks.
Dumelang bagolo. Le kae? Nkara la itumela yana. Re ka nna ra tsamaya mose. O ka lebitso ke Senoto Tiani, ke part ya ba ba supportang committee ya rona ya petitions.
Dumelang bagolo, ke nna Mosa Shabangu. Ke bereka mmogo le Ntate Senoto le Jabu and the colleagues at large. Thank you.
Sanbonani, ikabana Simpio Ngwane, ngi researcher for the committee. Anzwanga ngi ngesen Simpio Ngwane, ngi researcher e supports the committee.
Thank you very much. We want to move with a bit of speed. Ranalebo Metavisi Nzuke. They are busy still coordinating. Then you can see, you can all see them. They are also assisting us there. So thank you very much. So I'm going to request humbly that when we start with our proceeding, as we are about to, we limit our movement. We don't want to see too much movement. Otherwise, it distracts our proceedings. In terms of our rules in the legislature, I agree our work is also governed by rules. Ordinarily, our meetings are held in the precinct of the legislature. But when we go out, there's a rule that instructs us that we must declare whichever area at which the meeting would be held. Declare it the precinct of the legislature. So we want to do that. That in accordance with Rule 56 of the standing rules of the legislature, we are declaring this wall as a precinct of the legislature. What does that mean? It means the manner and style around how our meetings would ordinarily be conducted in the legislature would apply here. Again, ordinarily in the legislature, when we are in the sitting, because when you do that, we'll just simply ask you to leave. Because we want to focus on the work at hand. So we don't want any distractions. Where you may feel aggrieved about one thing or the other, you would rather raise it with any one of the team members who are here. Because we don't want to be distracted. So again, we are going to be calling officials of the municipality, in other instances, officials from the different provincial departments. They are not our enemies. I want to emphasize that point. When you write a petition to us, the committee looks into that petition. Or a petition, we do preliminary investigations. When we deem that petition can be considered, we adopt it. After having adopted it, we refer it to the relevant offices. So it can be an office of the municipality dealing with health or clinics, or dealing with housing, or dealing with social development. It can be any one of those. Then when we call external hearings, we also invite those offices or the officials in those offices. One of the things that we will have previously picked up elsewhere, and we hope that would not be the case here, is that people tend to think that when municipal representatives are here, we must battle them. That is not how we work. We simply want answers. I get concrete answers based on the petitions that you will have raised. So in this meeting, what you will see, we are not a committee of the municipality. We are not a municipality. We don't represent municipality. Neither do we represent the provincial government or the legislature. There's a difference. It's into a separation of powers. Only executive into a government. And then a legislature, parliament. So into a legislature, a parliament. Yamo province. Then of course elsewhere you will have the judiciary, but in provinces we don't have those things. So, Rona in this meeting, Aribiti imbizo. This is not an imbizo. Again, this is not an IDP session. Ari dealing with general issues or general problems. We are dealing specifically with issues arising from the petitions that you will have submitted. So it is only when you have submitted a petition can you be heard. Again, only when you have submitted a petition. But like I will have said earlier on, the limit of the petitions that are considered are based on them being about matters that falls within the executive, and the executive meaning provincial government, as well as the legislative authority, which is us. Again, any other matter beyond the province, we escalate through our representatives in the NCOP, National Council of Provinces, who are sitting in parliament. Again, for instance, I want to give an example. In our province, we don't have the Department of Home Affairs. Again, Home Affairs will only be at the level of national. So there might be somebody who says, hey, I don't have an ID, I applied for an ID, it's been over, 6 months, no response, no feedback. When you give us such a petition, we don't throw it away. We take it into our system, but we escalate it to the NCOP so that it can be addressed at that level. Again, another person may lodge another petition, which has got to deal with the science and technology. In our province, we don't have a Department of Science and Technology. Neither would municipalities have. In that kind of an instance, petitioner are relaxed. Right here, re romela ko malokong a rona ko NCOP. Ore ba shebisisane lona ko dimo ko parlamente. Again, they will call the relevant department at that level. Again, la utlwisisa process a rona. Ya utlwala again. A o ka ra le utlwisisa. La utlwisisa. A le utlwisisa. Ke masa utlwising ke boneng le tsona. Okay. Ke batla gore ke tlhalose in summary hape ne go robera ka bjang. Akere South Africa e governor ke molaotheo ntho ile re bitsang re ke constitution. Akere la itse. Yeah. So constitution a rona e re to ensure greater accountability, government must be segmented. And how do you do that? On a separation of powers. Again. So you have got 3 branches of the state. The first one, executive. Executive. Ke mo e le gore go na le di-department. Again. Ke mo e le gore go na le di-municipality. Ke mo na le di-ministera. Mo na le di-MEC, mo na le di-MMC, le di-mayor, le di-premier, ke executive. Again, loosely re bitsa government. Batho ba ko bo rona loosely ntho re ke yona government. But government is a bigger construct. Again, then the second branch, my brother, wa mbutsisa mara wa nkutlwela, wa bona? Wa bolela, nna ke a o tlhalosa wena wa bolela. The second branch of the state, legislature, parliament. So legislature and parliament they can do one. I get battle confused. The legislature writes laws. Rekwala melao. Mara rekwala melao fela. We also monitor and play oversight. In the first branch, the department, the municipality, we play oversight over them. Ke rona ba. Rona are the minister, are the MEC, are the councillor, are the mayor, are the premier. We are the members of the legislature, members of parliament. And that is why earlier on in rona are visiting Bizo. Function on the basis of what you will have submitted to us. Again. Then the last branch, it might not be relevant here. Ki judiciary, the courts. Go to court, again. On a small claims court, on a the magistrate divided into regional, again. In a regional court, on a district, on a high court, on a supreme court, on a Supreme Court of Appeal, on a constitutional court, ki judiciary. Again, which has got nothing to do with us. So Rona was the second branch, the legislature. So Musebenzi wa Rona kajeko is that ordinarily people submit petitions. La rekwalla. La itse ntho le ka Setswana ba re kgosi thuto bololla matlakala. Yeah, ke Rona ba. So la rekwalla. Ale rekwalletse ke ona mo le reng activator. You activate us by the petitions that you write. Again, only when you write a petition do we get activated. When there's no petition, we can't do anything. Again, like so, if you will, because this thing, if you will, the petitions committee, somebody can liken it to a complaints forum. But it's not only that. Again, we're also using this platform as a planning tool, because based on the issues that you raise through the petition system, we are able to give an indication to the executive. The executive, remember I said, all of those departments, including municipalities, to say, here are some of the issues which are prevalent. Plan better. You understand? I hope I've clarified you, my brother. Are you clear? You are clear. I get it. So, that is how we're going to work. We only listen to petitions that will have been submitted when we have time, and only when we have time, because at least our councillors are here, we would allow for a number of hands to raise any other issue related to the petitions process. Again, for instance, you may be coming from an area where there's overcrowding in a school, but you don't have a petition here. The team can assist you, again, to populate our petitions form and submit. There may be an issue about an area where you are coming from, where the state of the road infrastructure leaves much to be desired. Again, it might be concerning you, that issue. We'll allow you to speak on it in lieu of the assistance for you to submit a petition. Again, like I said, we're not an imbizo. So thank you very much. Allow me to just welcome Madam Speaker. So we're brushing shoulders with power, Madam Speaker. We're very delighted at your presence, the awesomeness of your presence. We're invigorated that you are here. So, Madam Jacqueline Panal, you know her, again. She's your speaker. Maybe if you can stand up so that they see you. We want everybody to see you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this presentation in Mohali City. Let's hope that we resolve matters and that everything is done in a fruitful experience for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Agarla mona, Madam Speaker. Yeah. She has graced this occasion because these issues, we take them very serious. And I suppose it is the same reason why all of these councillors are here. Because they respect you. So we're going to start with our processes. We're going to take, are we ready? Are we ready? Eh? Okay. So maybe come closer. I'm not sure where. We want you to come closer so that you are not far. Ntato ba re ke ntate Teane. Ke petitions officer. Kore ke bona ba ba kry-ileng ditletlebo tsa lona ba matha ka tsona, okay? And the petition re na le go kwalla ke batho ba nana re bo Dr. Love, re bo Dr. Love. A re tsene mo molong tsa selegae akere. A o lolele mosadi o ka se re kwalle petition. It's beyond us, akere. Rona re deala ka tsa ditshebeletso fela. So the way re tlo etsang ka teng this thing is that we are going to receive a summary of the petition. It's going to be read out. We are going to ask the author of that petition to confirm the contents. Or se se bontshiwang mo, se se buisiwang, se na le bonnete na. When that petitioner is confirmed, re-invite at the relevant authority. It can be an official from any one of the department at the level of the municipality, including province, again, to come and give us answers. And then we will engage with the report that they are going to give us. Again, so that is how our process is going to be governed. Can I see where all the officials are? Just by, do we have everybody here? Alebona la itaba. Or you are all here? Okay. So, today we are dealing with how many are we dealing with? 9. We are going to take 9 because in our pool of petitions, that is what we could find. So, batho ba mogale tshwantse le thomo kwala di petition ake. Ale kwala thata, tshwantse le thomo kwala. Petition e le thusa hore le sa itshenyetsa nako ya o protesta. Bend tire, you must not bend tires. Ake, block roads, ban your own infrastructure. You mustn't do that. Instead of doing that, write a petition. Test us and see how we can push on your behalf. How we can intervene on your behalf. Otherwise, you ban a school, you ban a clinic. Tomorrow you are supposed to take your child there. You no longer have a clinic. You see? So let's start with the first one that there. Thank you very much. And re fokotse movement, ne? So we are going to slightly tweak our program. Agere le program ba botle. Okay. So batho ba go Khutsong ba diega ma. Ba diegile our petitioners from Khutsong. La ba bona ke number 1, number 2, number 3. So we are going to start with number 5. Number 4, ne? No, already petitioners, not officials. I get about when you give reports, the petitioners are there. I get. So we're going to start with number 4 because at least the petitioners are already here. Madam Speaker, so that would be our process. And then as soon as those ones join us, we'll also revert back to them. So that is not over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Chair, the first item is request for purchase of vacant land, Mukhali City, PP11D/02/20/LOHS. And the documentation, and it will be presented by the officials. Thank you very much.
You'll do the summary in that there. If we can flag, we want to see, we want all of you to see the summary. Team elegay. Bondati. Liru tu saying, Arwato Rona Ovanala Rona. We know one nice mara re batla go bona petition akere yeah e tlhaeletse le kgono e bona not as yet ba bontsha nna a ke itse why ba bontsha nna we know that we are handsome we don't doubt
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Honorable Speaker and members of the committee and colleagues. Lebadudi wa Kagiso. So we go petition number 4 on the program, which is titled Request to Purchase Vacant Land in Mohali City. Registration number PP11D0220 LOHS. And the petitioner is Mr. Godfrey Mbambi. At the same time, ke kope ntate Godfrey Mbambi gore a tle ka mo pele.
a utlwana
Ke a utlwagala jaanong. O betere. Ke tla kopa ntate Godfrey Mbambi a tle ka fa pele ka fa.
le kgono bona petition mo ba screen it la e bona
Yeah, okay. You're right. Okay, so the summary reads as follows. The petitioner is Mr. Godfrey Mbambi, who resides at 6882 Mpinga Street, Kahiso 2, in Mohali City, submitting this petition on behalf of the community. The petitioner alleges that there is a vacant land in extension 2 and 9, and the precinct around Joshua Door that the community has identified in order to build houses for themselves. They have approached the municipality in relation to their intention to purchase that land. However, they are not being assisted after several attempts. They were informed by Mr. Tifo, who is in the employ of the municipality, to apply and further indicate the ERF numbers, that is the stand numbers, they are interested in. To date, they have not had a word from Mr. Tifo. In terms of progression, once the committee received the complaint, the petition was adopted and referred to Mohali City and the Department of Human Settlements for investigation, and also to our sister committee, Portfolio Committee on Culture and Human Settlements for oversight on the 18th of February 2020. To date, Chair, we are still awaiting a report. Thank you.
akere le bona akere ke samara ntate Mbambi petition le re kwaletseng yona ke yona e la e confirma a hona ntwe ba e tloetseng ko ntle ka le re confirmele
Yebo iyona.
okay ntate Mbambi wa confirm akere la utlwa ane ntate bontate Mbambi a ba tshwenye ba re ba ikopela ba bone lefatshe a ba itsenela ne ba re no e re maybe re approach municipality mtlhomo re gara ka lefatshe le mara hona karabo again so who from the municipality is going to present the report on this one? Okay. If we can get a mic, yeah, if we can just get a mic. So you will just introduce yourselves. Report wa bona ke ya ke re la bona. We become happy when there are formal reports. We get excited. Yeah. So maybe just take us through your report, what the response is.
Thank you. Ka lebitso ke nna Shimi Phate ke sebetsa ko Mogale City ko Department ya Economic Development Services where Human Settlement resides. Indeed, we received the report, the petition, and in our response,
I made a terrible mistake. Because we just assume, last one again. We announce it. Or there are stations, sign language and so on. It's okay. Okay, so you may proceed.
thank you, Chair. So in our response, though the report is in summary, but I'll try to to give a bit of meat so that at least it will a better context. In the years from 2018 into 2019 to 2020, the city took a decision to dispose many of its stands that are across the city in various wards or various suburbs. And most of those stands were mainly for residential. So in 2021, this process was fast-tracked in a form to appoint a company called Tirani Auctioneers, which were appointed for a period not exceeding 1 year to facilitate the process of provisioning the live and online auctioneering service for the disposal of equipment, movable and immovable assets, as I said, for a period of 1 year. I needed to read it as it were in terms of the tender, so that I don't misrepresent my response. And as we speak, the city then had to form a team between itself and Tirani in ensuring that we put systems in place to ensure that the process at the auctioneer does takes place. And during that process, we then came across various situations wherein we realized that some of the stands that were listed or approved by council, there could have been discrepancies, which then made us to go forth and come back to try to rectify that process. But also in doing so, that process, rectify and to clean the process, it eat up the whole time that the duration of the tender was supposed to have been completed, to the effect that by the end of the contract, which was the 15th March 2022, we wouldn't have been able to complete that process. But safe to say, the work would have been completed at around 80 to 90%. But because of the nature of the tender could not be extended. What we were then tasked to do was that we needed, because of the expiry of the tender, we needed to start a new process wherein a new service provider will be appointed to ensure that we complete this process. So basically, though the petition did not mention the stands per se, but these are the stands that are all across Kagiso, your Mansonville, your Rangeview, your Magaliesberg, that the city would have taken a decision to dispose. Chair, I don't know if my summary suffices, but if there's any further, I'm prepared to stand and clarify. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Maybe because the only way to test it, it's how it's been read and accepted by Ntate Mbambi. Ntate Mbambi, akere le motlwile Ntate mo.
Yebo mzwile baba.
O fana ka tlhaloso. I'm not sure whether you are happy with the report or the explanation given, but you can engage it. And then the committee will also do the same thing, Madam Speaker. So we'll engage with the report from the department. After Ntate Mbambi will have presented his thoughts on it. So over to you, Ntate Mbambi. Are you alone? Are you?
No.
No, other than Kera on the table. Okay. So maybe we can take an additional hand when Ntate Mbambi might have left other things.
Ngiyabonga mnumzane. Masiqale kwindaba yokuthi njengoba sisho sithi sifuna indawo. Sifuna umhlaba. Oh, sure, thank you. Inkinga njengoba sisitsho sisithi sifuna indawo, sifuna umhlaba, sifuna izitendi esingakhona ukuthi umasipala asithengisele. Sikhona ukuthi sizakhele ngokusemandleni wethu. Siyasaba nenkinga njengoba echo baba make reporter lapha ukuthi bakhupha uTirani bathi uTirani uzoconducta those auctions and of which azange ize lonto leyo njengoba yesho ngathi utsho kanjalo asiyazi. So igama lesimile namanje ukuthi abantu bacela ukuthi babe nelungelo lelo lokuthenga umhlaba bazokhona ukuthi bazakhele. And ngizwa ngathi ukhuluma ngeauction ubaba lo. Uku-auctiona ekuyenye njena yezinto ebesingathi mhlambe asiyithandisisi kahle ngoba kose kuvele abongxowankulu afika athenga umhlaba wonke abuyeke abese ke xhaphaza abantu. Kanti ke thina sinenkinga eziningi ezifana nokuthi sinengane azisebenzi zizele kodwa. Sinabantu ekuthi ekuhlaleni bayasebenza ngokwasemabhenki abaqualify for ama-bond kanti ke nangoke lento zaka-RDP babuye abangaqualify nalapho. Labantu laba basala nje budedengu bengenandawo. So ngabanye babantu ke ukuthi ke banalenkinga esiphezulu kwayo. Ngiyabonga kwamanje.
These are the preliminary responses from Ntatembam, but it's okay. So maybe let me check if there's anything, Mama. You want to come in? Arife Mama Mike, ne? There may be something that Ntatembambi might have left.
Sanibonani bahlali, mina igama ndinguphumla Kamahashi. We are the people who started a program nale petition. Ngoba sibona ukuswela kwethu singabomama. And there's one thing umukhala ngayi understand inhlungu yomuntu onganayo indawo. As ndithetha nawe ndigqothiwe apho ndihlala khona. Bona bahlele ezindlini zabo because they can afford i-bond. Thina esingakhona ukuthola izindlu ze-RDP, esingakhona ukuzakhela izindlu bathini ngathi. Ndithatha nawe nje ungaye extension 9 abantu bazibekile. Mawubabuza they will never tell you the honest truth ukuthi bangena kanjani bazibeka kanjani kwezi stand. Thina siyasaba because ngomama sikwazi ukuyozibeka kusasa kuzabe kufika ama-red end esikhipha nabantwana. Bathini ngathi umukhali kunini sikokote eminyangeni yabo. Ndiyazibona lezi zinto abazikhuluma ngama-auction is-just badrega i-process ukuthi singaze sikwazi ukuzithola lezi stand. Kodwa kube nini umukhali esihleli phambi kwenu sisokola singabahlali. Manifuna ukuthi sinivotele siyaphakama siyonivotela sinibeke in power. Xa nisenihleli in power niyalibala ngathi. Nithini ngathi? Asinandaba nalezi zinto zithethayo because thina understand what we want. Umhlaba simbhadala umasipala sikwazi ukuhlala nabantwana. Ndinabantwana abathathu abangamantombazana bahamba behlala emqashweni. Abantwana bami bakhulele emqashweni. Uthini umasipala ngathi? The next thing mabefuna ivoti zethu they know they can knock at our doors ukuthi siba support babe in power.
No, it's okay. Maybe let's leave that one. Who is the councillor from Extension 2 and 9? Do we have any councillor coming from that area? No one. Okay. Come again? Oh, they are not here. Okay, it's okay. Eh? What is, which ward is it? Ward 9. Ward 36. Okay, we can verify that part. No. Ward 36. No problem. So maybe let me check from the members whether there's any inputs that you may want to make. Maybe use this one.
Thanks, Chair. I think, Chair, from my side, one would want to find out from the official as to what is the size of this land, how big is this land, or these parcels of land. And second to that, I thought they would acknowledge the content of the petition in relation to the challenges and the frustrations that are raised. But nothing talks to that effect. Because we are not talking about as if it was launched last week. It has been there for more than 2 years. And the issue that is addressed in relation to their responses, as far as I'm concerned, Chair, it doesn't address the crux of the matter. Policy processes and the tyranny auctioneers is different from the request. The request of the petitioners is that here is a piece of land. Instead of us occupying it, we want the municipality to assist us. I think that is the request. Are there any difficulties from the municipality as to why they cannot approve that request? Is the land good enough for human settlement? I think these are the issues that they need to talk to. And lastly, particularly with regard to the last speaker, there is insinuation that apparently some pieces of land were occupied. How true is that? I'm saying this, Chair, because with my little knowledge is that when you say it's in Ward 36, I know of Ward 34 where there is informal settlement. And if lands like this remain unoccupied, chances are next time when you come here, you will find people residing there. Because it is a known reality that majority of our people need piece of land. And it is within the municipalities must make sure that at least those that are willing, those that are cooperating, they should actually be prioritized instead of being what is the right word? Frustrated. Thank you, Chair.
Any other member?
Mr. Chair, all I can say to the committee is I assumed office on the 23rd of November, 2021. We have established our petitions committee, and our petitions committee have had meetings. The former speaker never addressed petitions in the 5 years, and that is the main obstacle that the municipality faces. We have got our terms of reference and our policy ready for our petitions to work effectively. We are concentrating on petitions from July last year up until now, and then we have said that councillors may submit petitions earlier to that again from the community, so that we as a petitions committee are effective and that there are resolutions. That is where we are, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So thank you very much for that. Members, are you okay? You're okay. Maybe let me get your name again. I might have missed it. Can I get that, ma?
Lebitso ke Chimi Phate.
Party.
Yes.
Okay. That's the part. I'll tell you something which worries me in how you are responding or the report that you are presenting. It generalizes the situation. That's the first thing. So Member Ledwaba is quite correct. The petition that we referred to your offices was quite specific. But maybe even before I get into that, there's something about government, at least the government of the people, which says it wants to ensure that the people have got an equal stake in the decision-making processes and that they are actively involved. So that's public participation, you see? Empowering people to form part of decision-making processes. But elsewhere, government makes a statement or an assertion that we are responsive, we are a caring government, we are sensible. So when you have got residents of an area who say, we have identified a piece of land and we are not criminals, we are not land invaders, but we think we want to follow a formal process around how best we can acquire that piece of land. It's a noble thing that they are doing. And I think we must appreciate when members of our community do that. Because all the time, re phela re lla re, batho ke ba ba itsenetse, ba tsere lefatshe, ra lla. Mara he batho ba i-organize, ba re no man, kgolomente ke ya rona, e re ska e senyetsa. Re kry-a le hore ha re ba fe tsebe. We don't give them a hearing. And I'm worried that they part. Maro mo phone man, na ke ba tlo bua le wena o le mo phone. Abe nga se buile wena o text. Ore ke feel vela ro o no ro wa hafa. Wa yut. Yeah, these issues are very serious, my brother. You see, the degree of how serious they are, it means it's not a joke. So, my brother. So, it won't work. In reinvite acrimony unnecessary. But the point that I'm trying to make is that I'm not sure how serious you may be about these issues that are raised here. And we don't just do it because we have to do it. For us, it's not just a superficial process. It's an innately felt undertaking to try to assist our people through a much more structured fashion. Because if Bondate Mbambi do not understand the manner in which you will have formulated in coming about this report, you know what the next thing will be? They can protest. You see? And when they protest, it sets in place a domino effect. All other services are interrupted. You see? So let's show a bit of sensibility and compassion. So, memolo walla, my brother. And yet when you read through the report, it explains the process to us without necessarily giving an indication or but what will have been the other considerations whilst waiting for rectification of what you will have mentioned. You see, because this one says, no, restartile process in March 2021, it's coming to an end. Unfortunately, we can't extend because of the nature of the tender. We hear that part. But the petition goes back to 2020. Not even 2021, 2020. Early 2020. Where they raised this issue, and it would have been referred to your offices. The most sensible thing, at least, the most sensible thing was to go back to this community through a public participation arrangement. So that we say to these people, hey man, re lo utlwile, this is how we think this matter can be raised. And we're not necessarily saying, by the way, because we don't have a standing to impose on the municipality on what to do. It's not our role. But then you measure what would be reasonable under the circumstance. That the part. And I can tell you, one of the things that we will have observed is that when you go back and feed information to communities, they become empowered. They don't become despondent. Because at least when you don't come, they start to self-formulate. You see? But it would have been ideal that you apply yourselves to the issues raised in the petition. Surely that is doable. Because government does not function mechanically. I would want to believe that seated there, you are not parochial and robotic in your formulations of things. So much as there may have been one consideration about appointing tyranny auctioneers to facilitate over the disposal of those land assets, surely the municipality could have possibly applied themselves. Or under the circumstances, would it not be possible to consider the proposal? Proposal like it's not automatic, but at least you will have entertained their proposal. So that when you generate a report, you show causes to why you could not go with their proposal. But the report doesn't do that. It departs from the entirety of the issues raised in the petition and deals with a process. And it does not even give us the comfort of whether in your consideration of that process, you will have also considered the proposal that will have been made. So that's our issue. You see, that's our issue. But the other thing which is unsettling, and I want to be quite frank, it's quite unsettling. So the report does not give certainty around when the process that you are following is likely to be resolved and when possibly there might likely be an intervention in respect of that petition or the issues raised through that petition. It doesn't. So it leaves it to chance. It becomes an indefinite thing. Alright? Retla no bona go re ra ke mohau. Wa itse nthoela mohau. O remela mohau. And what we are likely to see any other day, because already says there's a section where people are already illegally invading. The next thing that happens is a manifestation of that into that area that they make mention of. And red ends will come, they'll remove, people will still go back. So it becomes a rigmarole. It becomes a clumsy process to manage. So we want to check with yourselves that the part, because at least at this level, we also want to engage with your thought process. Or would it not be possible to go back and rethink the current formulation on this matter, where you may possibly even meet Libontate Mbambi to consider any other alternative? It may not necessarily be in extension 2, that part. It may be elsewhere in an area that they may be able to access, where you can point out, extension 2. Marana normal extension 2 more, there's a process, and unfortunately process may not favor you. But or elsewhere in that identifiable piece of land, that proposal can stand. That is being sensible. That the part. I think that is being sensible. Because ultimately, re batla ho thusa batho ba ko bo rona. Hore ditletlebo tsa bona di utlwale, mo re kgonang ho thusa, ba thusale. Mare, I want you to listen attentively. Or are impose. We don't have a standing to impose on the municipality. Otherwise, get encroachment the moment we do that thing. Baholo re kopa ha le tsena le baholo o morao. Re kopa re o sa nna le modumo akere. Re kopa re movement re o fokotseng akere. O ska nna le modumo otherwise re ka se utlwane. So ntate Phate ntla re bontshang gore we are not imposing, but we think it would only be sensible if the municipality can say, Madam Speaker, well, we've had the issues. We think that the best course of action is considering the proposal, but if we can consider the proposal, these are the variables or the alternatives. You see? But also, we need to be honest where there are difficulties. We must not mask difficulties, my brother. Where something is not doable and there's a justifiable reason for that. Because now when we to relate to a process and say, no, it's because of a process. Offer to hope, or no matter maybe this thing, I feel like a process, things will be okay. I'd rather we are honest than mass difficulties. You see, our anxiety sitting here as lawmakers is to also try to assist the harmonious functioning of the kind of services that you are providing or the kinds of interventions that you are rendering. Because if you don't do that, maximum, you see, we read about these things in the newspaper, and it's not an ideal situation. So, or maybe there might have been a number of missteps in how we will have gone about addressing this issue. Can we go back, reapply our minds around how we think, other than the process that you will have already indicated? Their matter can be ventilated. That is all that we ask. You see, I'm not sure, members, whether there's anybody who may want to come in. I don't think issue on that Mbambi is not as complex. It's not a complex issue. You know, what I about to crack our minds, and they are saying we have identified this piece of land. We may not qualify for RDPs. We may not qualify for any other subsidized housing scheme. But we think we can be able to build our own shelters in an identifiable piece of land. Can the municipality assist us with that portion? Yes, we are fully cognizant of the demand and the strain for access to land. We are very much aware to that. But because we are also trying to be sensible, it would not hurt anybody if we could simply go and engage the community. That's the only thing. You see, that's the only thing. So that, well, you know, they are likely to understand that when you are elusive, people start to doubt credibility of whichever institution. These people, it's a rigmarole. One process after the other, it never ends. And so that is the question today. Or at which point do we think, based on the process that you will have presented, do you think it would work? And so on. I'm not sure whether there's anything. Yeah. So maybe let me leave it there and then you can give us your response.
No, thank you, Chair. Eric, I apologize if maybe scrolling through the phone, it's like different. I was trying to check on my emails so that I could give a context when I respond. The issue here, the stand, as I said, it has got a history through council resolving on disposing some of those stands. Basically because we acknowledge the fact that there was a need, about as Bondat and Dambi, but they have raised their issue to say there are those that may not fall within any other programs. Therefore, they will rely on assistance of government to make such spaces available. And as I said, the stands that I'm referring to that the council would have resolved or to dispose away, there are over 700 residential stands, and they cut across all the entire city. As I said, there will be those stands that are in Kagiso, different wards. There will be those stands that are in Magaliesburg, in town, in Rangeview, and the council took a resolution that all those stands that belong to council be disposed so that then it makes that opportunity available for people and those stands, as said, it's not a block of land that is empty, waiting to be invaded. It stands in between houses. As we've seen in the township, there are those stands that are existing and nothing has been built on. Those are the stands that council would have taken a resolution to say they should be disposed. It's available for the community. So I think that tries to respond to the issue. The issue of the process, as I would have answered, because the question did not say a specific urban or a specific portion of land. It spoke about the wards. Then my assumption when I responded, then I assumed that it could therefore speak to this process that would have started Yahoo disposal, the stands that are across the city, as I've mentioned earlier on. As I said, the process came to an end. We have been instructed to start a new process so that then we could carry on this program to its completion. However, this process are linked to the council resolution, Chair. As council would have resolved to proceed, this process would proceed, but if council changes and it changes the method of disposal, also it would inform how do we then impart the program on the ground. As we speak, the council resolution said the stands should be disposed through process auction, and therefore it then becomes difficult as an official to change that because it's a council resolution. So I think we're taking note as an official, but I've got my MMCs here who are also taking note. Perhaps when we go back and rethink, as Nathan Dabi said, perhaps the auction may not be a better option for them because it may have limitations. We could also look into how then we make it much more palatable for everyone to be able to get access to land. And the size of the stands, they differ. As I said, they exist within existing townships. They will differ from various square meterages as they would be found within those areas. There is the issues that there was an issue of acknowledgement of the petition. As I said earlier on, the process of disposal started early back in 2018. But because of the council process in terms of taking resolution on which stands, it further delayed the process. But we are at a position wherein we would have done our homework to ensure that all those stands that would have been mentioned or listed on the council resolution for disposal, all the systems are in place. As an example, we know the title deed is in place, is correct, and we can also verify that with the deeds officer. When we dispose something that is credible legally, so we don't end up having to have the comebacks. So all those processes are the process that would have delayed for us to be able to complete this tender within the specified period of time. And I know that I might sound like I'm still repeating the process, but I think it's quite important to clarify that process to say, much as we may wish to do certain things differently, but if the process is not clarified, then it also defeats the purpose of dealing with that issue. Yes, I think on the issue of the consideration, how do we then move beyond where we are? It may be difficult for me to pronounce now because I'll be pronouncing against a council resolution which legally I don't have a standing upon, but would refer the matter to council, perhaps with the view that council consider differently how perhaps this program could be imparted to the communities. But as I speak, I may not be able to confirm whether we will be able to change, but that will be dependent on the council resolution as and when it's taken. There was also a question of land invasion. Yes, indeed, Mohale City, as part of Gauteng, suffers the same problem here, land invasion, just like any other municipalities. And wherein we are able to secure land, we do so through other options. But we're like as one way of disposing this stance was to be able to say, let's minimize the risk of us having to employ security to guard against the land, but let's rather dispose the land that it could be given to the people that they could manage it themselves. So yes, we are indeed aware that the invasion is happening, and we are indeed aware that some of these stands that I'm talking about, some of them have already been occupied because of the same pressure that we're sitting on. Those are some of the things that we need to find a way in which we would then regulate, so that when you auction a stand, when somebody already exists on that stand, we've got a way to respond to that, so that it does not become acrimonious in a form of evicting and not trying to find a sensible way of dealing with those issues. So those are the issues that we're looking at in terms of dealing with the matter. And as I said, Chair, we are taking note of the concerns raised, and I want to say from the bottom of my heart, we are indeed taking this matter seriously. And if I appeared initially differently, I want to apologize to that effect. But we are sitting as officials and trying to ensure that council support us in ensuring that we are able to complete and implement this program to its full completion. As I think on the issue of the alternative, I cannot speak to that. As I said, I would like to council to advise us to say what best solution would be in terms of taking this matter forward as we speak now. The alternative, we don't have alternative as we speak, Chair. We don't have land that is readily or easily or suitably available that we can make as an alternative to this process. And all the land that municipality owns would have been part of this process to dispose it to the communities. But as we would have known that there are programs like Rapid Land, which unfortunately as Mohale, we don't have that tangible program to that effect. But we are continuously engaging with province to say, perhaps at a particular point, let's identify where we can buy land, put in services and make land available for those that may not necessarily qualify from other programs as it has been raised. So those are some of the things that I may not have mentioned, but are the things that we are talking about with regard to ensuring that we try to open up this whole cake of land accessibility to everyone and at various different income and different levels. Chair, I would want to pause there. I hope I've tried my best to respond to the issues, but safe to say those that we are not able to tentatively confirm now, we would refer them back to council to give direction in that effect. Thank you.
Very much, Ndate Party. I think you have assisted us in explaining the first part because we're worried on the cell phone issue. But I'm happy that you managed to clarify that one. Then on the second part is that we appreciate the explanation. But we just want to come closer to at least a giving expression to some of the concerns raised. And the one thing that seems to be lacking, MMC, the one thing that seems to be lacking is that there's no thoroughgoing interactions. Because it might be in that part that even on the process that you spoke about, auctioneering, you may still find that there may be others who may be eligible or may have the means to partake in that process. But we have really not tested it. You see, we assume that everybody is in the same bracket, which may not necessarily be the case. So the logical thing to do possibly might be that we arrange an active interaction, Lebontate Mbambi and others, because they seem to represent the bigger contingent of the residents, around that area. I think that would be the best course of action. so that we test it. But if we determine that, well, possibly a greater number of those or the preponderance of those may fall off if we go with an electionary process, then we then formulate around the next options, of course guided by council. And I'm happy that councillors are here. So my councillor, it then becomes your responsibility to be able to flag some of these issues in council. But of course, the MMC is also here. Why you could all right? Ntwe seems to be a bit contentious and there's a prevalence of it. How best do we change gear so that we have got a way in which to fashion responses in a manner in which it would be acceptable, and sensible, if you will. So, council previously will have gone with this position, but this is where we are. Because at times when you make decisions, there may be blind spots. Because you may not necessarily have considered everything and how that would implicate those that stands to be at the receiving end. So that is what we are appealing for. That Arteweleng, Rokopana Mbambi have a structured engagement, so that all of these points that you are raising can be properly ventilated, so that they are also made to understand. Because the one thing that we also gather is that when that Mbambi about Mare, Ali Wagadi process, what do you mean? How do they fit in? And of course, you give another context that would rent rapid land release program, which we can't water down. So those are the alternatives that I was earlier referring to. How can they be considered? Even if it's not where they may have wanted to, but at least that they may be due consideration elsewhere. So those conversations they become critical to build a level of understanding between yourselves. So that is all that we are saying. I'm not sure, members, whether we are in agreement around that. Bambi, do you still want to come in? And then Ratlafale, I give the MMC if you may want to come in. You are okay. Voice. Eh? On this issue. We just want to hear your voice on this issue. Gives guide around what might be possible, what may not be. Because now when we are going to cycle, can't already when you have got a formulation.
No, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Although I feel coerced. Indeed, the party is correct in saying that there is a council resolution which dates back, I think, 2 administrations back. It has been standing out long and we understand their frustration by community members. But the challenge is that when you open for sale as a council, sale of few stands, where the number of applicants exceed the available land or portions of land that are to be auctioned or sold, you stand a chance of then being accused of favoritism once you've disposed of such land. So I don't know, the normal practice, Chair, when there's an asset to be sold on a fair basis, the one that we're exposed to is auction. That's my understanding. Now, the party, is a victim of circumstance because he's an official. Being an official, you can't go and then amend resolutions of council. Otherwise, Madam Speaker would instruct the accounting officer to charge him because it's not within his domain. Now, we are looking at all these options. We want to be correctly advised. You would know that national government has proclaimed the Municipal Finance Management Act. And the process is in concert with that piece of legislation to make sure that we don't deviate and lest we find ourselves getting an opinion that is adverse from the Auditor General and yourselves as people who are playing oversight over local government. Yeah, we hope to expedite the process of making sure that the process that is initiated by Tirani is completed soon. But I can't give timelines so that to address this very same quagmire that we find ourselves in. Thank you, Chair.
The party, let's run them through the process. You see, make them to understand the process.
Yeah.
So I mean, your assertions are quite correct. That ordinarily, you know, you want to strive for equitability in how you dispose of land assets. But of course, the context there is that there's a proposal which has not been considered through active dialogue. So that part is missing. And we often assume easily that our people understand these processes. So other people may live here in that part. They don't know what you mean. You see, they may still not understand. But when you have a sit down, these are the policies, and it's also part of a public education, isn't it? That you are taking our people into confidence. This is council, this is how it works, this is how it resolved, this is the process. This process, it can benefit you in this way, is then you making that Mbambi to understand. Because if you don't do that, he will be of the firm view, but yeah, I'm being misled. Even when that may not necessarily be the case. So ultimately what we may want to see in that part, take them into confidence. You know, consider all these variables. But this is the first one. Possibly council may have to reapply itself on the current resolution and so on. That is all that the MMC.
Tupani, to be specific.
Yeah, that the Tupani. Yeah. You see, that is all. Because when you miss that thing, when you miss it, the centrality of engagement, it messes up everything. And that is why often at times we see our people embarking in protest, because they will have missed the part about them being taken into confidence. You see? So our appeal, and notwithstanding council processes, because we can't subvert council processes. It's not in our interest and any other person's interest to do that. But simply to say that them bambiro tsaka letso re nya go dula lo ena mo fatshe le bo mmebale re le tlhalose process or re tsama go kae re mo kae what is yet to come again. And then ona le ma councillor, I'm not sure who's the councillor from this ward, so that the councillor is also physically present, you know, mo councillor le na nneteng or a kgono conditions or batho ba go borona they understand all of these things that you are saying. Agree ya utlwalang tate Tupa.
Ya utlwala che. Ke rata fela gore there's a rider. I'm standing here as a member of the executive, but not the portfolio chair on land affairs. I will take whatever, I accept it, nicer person. But I don't know how my colleague or counterpart in LED will take it. I take your point that we should go and engage, which is in our culture. That's democracy, that you should engage the people because decisions are about the people for the people. Now, what I would do, I'll go to my counterpart, MMC Maguire, who is not here, tell her what the feeling of or the mood is around this issue. I will pass the message. But personally, I'm not responsible for land affairs.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
So in principle, you understand what we are on about. Yes. I don't want us to protract it unnecessarily.
As a person,
I'm aware of you know the complexities of what you are mentioning.
No, Chair.
But I'm sure.
Let me complete.
No, am I under the Tuban?
Chair, interrupt.
Under the Tuban.
Umpile sebaka wa interrupta.
No,
Now-
let me tell you
No.
where we've got a problem.
No, we don't have a problem.
The moment you say, I'm still going to pass it to somebody else who's not here,
Because
we become worried.
I'm not the determinant of the issue which you want me to address.
No, no.
That is why-
come on.
that is why I've said to
Wait,
you-
wait.
That is why I've said to you. That is why I've said to you when I stood up that I feel coerced. That's why I made that statement before addressing
Okay,
the
it's
issue.
okay. Ntate
Yeah.
Tubane. Re rudisa mo fatshe. It's okay.
All right.
Re lebohile input wa hao. What you are saying, Ntate Phate, Ntate Tubane is just that fella o over reasoner what should not be over reasoned. He's over rationalizing it. What do I in essence say, my brother? Ore ke nyaka o nkwešiše, ne? You see, I'm not the chairperson of a human settlement myself. Ne? But there's nothing in law that prohibits me. Or after this meeting, I can meet Linda Mbambi or meet with you. Or man, preliminary. Let's just interact on this thing. See, but we've done it multiple times. With MECs, with mayors and so on. Multiple times. So there's nothing that precludes you. Or not whilst I'm going to seek approval on a formal process to follow. Meanwhile, ko tse ka letso ke dule le lona mo fatshe. Ke le tlhalosetseng this thing. We'll come back a formal. Nothing. You see? But if you want to be rigid, we lata mechanical, you are going to delay further than the matter has been delayed. So that is the only appeal. You see, that is, and we are not saying this thing to excite anybody. Again, it's just a difference in approach. Again, just the minor difference on approach. Or but hey, maybe let's not say somebody because that person might not, because they are not here, they may not understand the pain, the sensibility of the matter here. You see? And that is why I wanted to sponsor it through Ntate Tubane. Because he's here. When you lead not within a parameter. You don't just say, no, but you can assume leadership beyond. And then be able to guide. That is the request that we are making. That is why earlier when I said we are not imposing. We are saying it would be an ideal thing to do in resolving this issue. Remember, Letwaba?
No, Chair. I thought. Thanks, Chair. Now I think, Chair, I understand the issue. But it remains unclear as to whether we're talking of a number of stands within extension 2 and 9, or there's a specific ERF that is identified for this need. But nevertheless, I think when they engage, they will then establish more facts. I think we have dealt with the municipality component. There is an aspect that is raised about the rapid land release program and the flips. I thought maybe we needed to give the Human Settlement Department to talk to that, because it will be very unfortunate that the municipality disposes its parcels of land whilst there is a greater need at the provincial level for the province to then make sure that they then provide bulk infrastructure for the service stand. So I thought an education around that, it is necessary, particularly on those that are saying, yes, we can. It might not be, as you said earlier, on this extension 2 and 9, but within the municipality, there is such programs from the provinces that they can be facilitated and expedited. If they are not there, let's know that we do not have such programs in this municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Sanibonani futhi bantu abadala nani bahlali. Yazi ndiyabava abotata bazama uku-explaina but ngoba mina ke ndingulo ngazange waye esikolweni waphuma very early esikolweni, so I don't understand whatever that they are saying. Noba bangazama kangakanani ukuni-explainela the processes zabo. And into ebuhlungu, what I know with i-officials aseMukhale njengoba sigcina la ku-the day sobe siphinde sibabone. Ndibhale ngo-August last year i-redress of this petition, trying to find out information ukuthi kwenzakala ntoni ngathi. Anzange ndathola impendulo until saziyela thina e-speaker's office siyobuza. Then we got information ukuthi no, abantu abebedila ngama-petition sebephumile kunabantu abasha abayazi next ngale petition yethu. So now manje bethetha kanje ukuthi baseyohlala baseyo-reviewa i-processes zabo, ndiyazibuza ukuthi thina njengabahlali abakhalayo sizabe sikuphi by then. And xa bethetha ngendaba ze-auction, singabahlali abangathathi indawo nabaphelelwe yimisebenzi ngesikhathi se-COVID, sizoyi-afforda kanjani imali ze-auction if bathatha lezi zitendi bazisa ki-auction? Siza-afforda kanjani ukuphikisana nabantu abaneyimali, because bakhona abantu abaneyimali abadila ngama-properties. Thina esinganayo imali esibheke ukuthi umasipala wethu asibonelele ukuthi asiphe i-first preference, because kudala sihamba ngayo le process. If singabuyela emva, it's from 2016 sizama ku-engage nomasipala engasiphenduli ukuze sizo-end up sesenza le petition, because siyanqonqoza but abavuli, siyakhala but they don't listen to us. So imibuzo engizibuza yona ukuthi in the next coming 5 years, there's a possibility even bona laba bahleli la bazabe bengekho, sizophaswa on kobani. Uyabona lana mangihleli kulama khansela, kune khansela engangixhensa nayo sihamba ngale ndaba yezitendi, nanku nomalungelo Xhale, namhlanje she's in government. Sasihlupheka sonke laphaya. Baningi andifuna ukuba pinpointa ngamagama because nabo babexhensa nathi lo mxhenso. But now I sit back and ask myself ukuthi they are in power. Bazasikhumbula na? Bazasikhumbula? Anboni. So uMukhale sicela only into straight asicela yona. I-processes sesikhathele ngazo because even naba before babethethe ngalezi process sahlala phansi samamela sathi masizibambeni singabahlali. I think the only way i-resolution esizoyithatha singabahlali baseMukhale xa siphuma apha eKagiso siyozibeka kulezi zitendi lezi, siyozibeka then bona zabaze bazosikhipha. Ayikho enye into esizoyenza. And akusekho nto esaphinda siyithethe noMukhale because ndiyayazi ukuthi siyabagqibela today apha bepromise whatever that bayayipromise khona manje. Manzini was here, I don't know, was it 2019? Sile eKagiso 1 eholweni wapromise ukuthi uzasi-attend, akekho khona manje. So mna bahlali, what I say ndinguphumla kaMahashe, siyazibeka sikhathele nguMukhale odibana nathi phambili.
Yeah, Are, we want to conclude on this one. We, as the committee, we don't want to condone illegality. My sister, we don't want to condone illegality because platform Arona is intended to facilitate dialogue and interventions. And because we are engaging with this matter now, we don't want to be overly impatient. Give it a chance. No, we'll explain why we're saying that. We'll explain why we're saying that. Because if as the committee we say no, it's a occupier, it means we're condoning illegality. So, how we want to summarize on this one? Wait. How we want to summarize on this one And I'm sure you will learn that the part, ne? That the tuban. Me wa e bontsha mo lore. Nna ga le re kopa kopana le lona. Are kopane le lona letle. Are na information. Batho ba bang ba sa le ba bua le rona mo nakong e fetileng, they are gone. I want to believe, or at least Montate Party who are here this morning, they are genuine, they are committed to resolving this issue. Again. But remember, Petitions Committee is not a platform for magical solutions. Again. We may want that there be an intervention today. It may not necessarily be the case. Again. It might be subject to a number of undertakings. And that is how we work, unfortunately. So somebody may say, we want the school. Unfortunately, this platform may not necessarily be able to deliver a school within a day, within a week, within a month. It might still be subject to a process. But the process is the abusive way. Are ba tlo kre ba no na le process thing wa kra ile ra ifelele go ra ena ina le start mara ina finish agere re batla process e lo reng it's timed gore ba go normal no we think that by August or we think that by October this is where we will be ndate part. And what you will see, that thing gives people a bit of comfort. But how no we can't commit. But one is suspicious. Or it means there's no commitment there. You know, particularly because there's a layout of the process already, isn't it? So if we say council has resolved, surely council can resolve on things which are going to be perpetually in a planning phase. You know, council also have got milestones to achieve. You know, so we want that in the interaction that the party that you are going to have, you sort of draw out the timeline for the process. The council would have resolved on, but notwithstanding that, engage on the feasibility or even possibility of their proposal being considered. That's it. And obviously, o checkile le council, here councillors, they can assist you. Again. So that whatever position that you will ultimately communicate in the discussion that you will have, it's also well informed. It's not emotionally driven. Agree, Autlan? Yeah. So that is how we're going to conclude on this one. Marwe salam rao. Again. Lorona rotwe salam rao as legislature. So everyone that who must be alerted. See, boy, you know how we work. Everyone that we also want to be part. Again. Or confidence. Yeah, this thing is not only just left to them, but there's a bit of support that they will also be receiving from ourselves. Again, so ndate mbambi arolo twala liliwan, lazama liliwan. Again, roza malilu na rolo zwara lezo, and then we'll facilitate that dialogue. Lebontate part. Again, that part. Yeah, utwala, is it reasonable? I'm sure I'm not presenting something which is unreasonable. I hardly ever do that. You see? Or simply say, let's interact. And what you will see, interactions often reveal the need. And like I said, when something is not doable, you must be honest. You see? Instead of no, process, it's a fail. Let's rather tell people the truth. I get out. So, retwala mo again that Mbambi, tla sala mara again. Rele wilen tate pata again. Rele wilen tate Mbambi rele wile mama. Kana ke mama? Maash. Le wile mama maash again. Again le utwile orre manager le utwile again. I want to say something ke batla le tlhalwana. It's not every petition eloring. Batho ba ilo tswa ka mo ba yululata ba thabile hore ke kirile ntho ene ke batla. It might not necessarily work that way. Because government e bereka in a structured fashion. Again, because he batho ba ikeletsa dilo, ke yona ntho e le re bitsang re re ke corruption. Again, go a senyiwa, di systems bano di abuseiwa, di undermine. A re batlo undermine di systems tsa government. Again, but having said so, we also don't want government processes to be abused. Again, and be used as excuses as to why certain things are not delivered. Agree with that? So on this one, we're resolving on a process. Or somebody batlo no esaliwe morao. Agree? Kika more no, re tlotsa maleng ta tembambi re tshwaranele na letso. Or re kgone ho buisana le municipality. Madam Speaker, I hope you are going to assist us in that regard because your office plays a central role. Yeah, utlwala Madam Speaker? Yeah. So the Madam Speaker is also going to join us when we engage in that exercise. I get it. So thank you very much. Matsoa re tlo tswa go bofellong, ne? Re tlo tsa matsoa go bofellong on every other issue. So can we then request that Mbambi to step off? We are going to go into the second petition. We are starting with the first. Okay. So thank you very much.
Tšelela. Re tlo simolola re boela back to the program ba gaetsho. The petitioners tsa rona tsa ko Khutsong di gorogile. Ntate Mzwandile Maila ke tla kopa o tle mo tafoleng. Ntate Mzwandile Maila. Okay. O tsamaya o le one. Ba ka tla ba babedinyana ba o join. So as I said, we're going back to the program as it was issued. So we'll start with lack of basic services in Khutsong. Registration. Eta kopa le kgaotso ka modumo wa gaetsho because hona le recording e iragalang. So the first one is lack of basic services, Khutsong, registration PP 30B0916 LO. The petitioner is Mr. Mzwandile Maila, an adult male who resides at 6927 Yellowwood Avenue, extension 2 in Khutsong, submitting on behalf of the community of Khutsong. The petitioner alleges that there is no service delivery in their community, such as electricity, water, and sanitation. He also alleges that he reported the matter to the local municipality, but they are still waiting. The petition was then referred to Mirafon City Municipality for investigation and reporting, and also to the Portfolio Committee on Cocktail and Human Settlements for oversight on the 22nd of September 2016. As it is, Chair, we had not received a report. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bulela Butsi. Is the petitioner here? Can you introduce yourself and agree to the contents of the petition?
Sanbonani Kamala Mumzwandile Maila. I'm from Khutsong South Extension 2, Ward 12. The issue of service delivery, yes, I want to confirm, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mzwandile. Responses, the department. or the municipality first? Yes, you can introduce yourself and respond.
It's fine. Thank you, Chairperson. And greetings to the House. I'm Nonjajamo Moyo.
Bagaetsho ko morago re kopa tudimalo hle. Ha e le hore le batla ho bua re kopa le tswele ko ntle le tla bua gape. Assembly. Ke a leboga.
Okay. I'm Nonjajamo Moyo from the Department of Infrastructure Development in Mirafong Municipality. I will be responding to the three petitions as indicated in the petitions summary. I would like to first apologize, Chairperson, that the issue of formalized response and signed by the accounting officer, it never came to our attention. So we responded to the petition in this format of a summary, but I will take the House through and then I make a commitment that by Monday we shall be sending a signed response, an extensive, a comprehensive response to your office through the Speaker's office. The first petition talks to no service delivery in the community of Khutsong, specifically Extension 2 in Khutsong. The service delivery is mentioned as electricity, water, and sanitation. There's also an allegation that, there's also an indication that the matter has been forwarded to the municipality, and they are still waiting for their response. In my response, I gave a background of the situation that Mirafong is currently on. Chairperson, dating back from 2014, the municipality experienced financial difficulties due to the mining valuation appeal process, whereby the mines challenged the rates that they were paying, the property rates that they were paying to the municipality, and they won the court case. Furthermore, they got discounted, they're paying close to nothing in terms of their property rates, which then crippled the municipality because the rates that they were paying contributed to a very high percentage in terms of the revenue that the municipality is meant to deliver services with. Coincidentally, around the same period, the payment levels for services in the community also dropped, which then made it difficult for the municipality to be able to deliver. As we speak, the area, Khutsong area, the payment levels are at less than 10% on average. So this is where we are. I will then talk to the specific infrastructure challenges. On water and sanitation, in Khutsong Extension 2, we had a challenge of a persistent sewer spillage due to a collapsed sewer line that was made by the sinkhole that is in the area, since it's a known fact that Khutsong is in a dolomitic situation. So that line affected the entire area because corner to corner there would be sewer spillages, backflows due to the fact that the main line that is taking sewer to the plant, to the sewer plant, has collapsed. We made, out of being drained in our operational funding, we made calls to the government departments. Eventually it paid off because we managed to secure a budget to reinstate the sewer line, to rehabilitate the area and relay the sewer line. That project started last financial year. It is currently ongoing, whereby we are relaying the main line that collects in the Scopas area, which is extension 2. Upon completion of that project, we hope to be able to address the sewer problem in Khutsong, specifically extension 2. Chairperson?
On completion, do we have a time frame for completion? Because obviously that would be the basis upon which you know, the sewerage issues will have been addressed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. The completion of the project was due during the month of February, but due to the challenges that were understandable to the municipality, they got an extension. So by the end of the financial year, we expect to shall have completed and shall have reconnected the sewer.
Financially, aba tlhaloganya gore bua gaeng.
Okay.
Yeah, ba tlhalositse gore financially e lona e starta neng, e fela neng, ntho e o nahana gore e ka loka neng, wa bona? Gore re simplify.
Okay. Financial year, ya rona e fela ka end of June 2022. So that is the period at which we expect to shall have completed the project. Then we will reconnect the line. If I may pass through to the electricity challenges, Chair. I would specifically talk to Khutsong Extension 2, as stipulated by the petition. In Extension 2, we do have electricity infrastructure, particularly the street lights. We've got normal street lights as well as the Apollo lights, which is the high mast lights in an engineering term. That infrastructure is currently there, but the challenge that I want to talk to is the effectiveness in terms of it being able to service the community. As I've indicated in my background, the issue of financial constraints that the municipality have, we are therefore unable to meet the maintenance needs as expected by our communities. However, since the issue of streetlights does not only relate to Extension 2 Khutsong, it cuts across the entire municipality. Almost in all our areas, we get those challenges. We see the issue of the darkness in terms of servicing of streetlights. So we since made a cost analysis municipality-wide, and it amounted to 1.2 million to be able to address where we need to replace the cable, where we say only an issue of globes, where is an issue of smaller issues. We then clubbed everything together in that cost analysis, and then it amounted to 1.2 million. Then the issue was cash in the bank to be able to implement such in order to service the street lighting effectively. So we have since adopted an initiative of robust credit control measures as led by our acting municipal manager, of which we have started to see the positives instead of, in terms of the rise in payment levels. Therefore, we expect to be able to meet the critical maintenance areas such as lighting, because it affects a lot of things. Crime rates in our area is also affected by this. So we are assessing the manner in which we collect, which is coming okay, which is promising. We then set as the department and decided to say, we put a program, we put a program that we will be able to implement by the beginning of the financial year, starting in July, because at least by then, we will be able to know how much money we can commit. Maybe out of that 1.2 million, we don't necessarily implement it holistically. We do it in a phased approach. So by the month of July, we shall have had the program whereby we will start the issue of attending to the street lights in Mirafong. Extension 2 is part of that program. On the issue of roads in the area in Khutong Extension 2, Khutong as a whole has got a high backlog of gravel road, unsurfaced road. Same as other townships. We've got 3 townships in Mirafong. It's Wedela, Kokosi, and Khutong. We've got a funding issue as well, because we only depend on MIG to be able to service this backlog. So whatever we get from MIG, we must split it amongst the 3 townships. But Khutong has got the bulk. That is where we put more projects than any other township. In Khutong, as we speak, we currently have 2 road projects that are taking place. We do have a road project in Khutong Extension 2, and then we do have it on other extension, which is what 6 and what 8. Yeah, what 6, it cuts across what 6, 7, and 8. So the MIG is also limited, therefore we are unable to get robust in terms of eliminating the backlog. If I can make an example, per financial year, we are able to assign 15 million to 20 million per financial year in Khutong. That talks to it's actually a drop in the ocean compared to what we still need to do in terms of elimination of gravel road. We currently don't have an alternative funding model, of which previously, when we used to have a good collection, we would be able to have capital projects from our own revenue. So from where we are currently, we are unable to do this, hence we depend on these grants. In terms of maintenance, Chairperson, maintenance, I will talk to all the infrastructure maintenance, whereby we must fix potholes, we must fix the water leaks, we must attend to sewer spillages. There it's an ongoing exercise with the operational funding. But I want to indicate it, to be honest, that the manner in which, the pace at which we are doing is not up to standard, is not what we would want, even us as the municipality, in terms of our own performance, due to being limited by budgetary issues. The petition also talks to the issue of billing as a result of leaking water meters, as a result of the infrastructure that is not in a good state. We do communicate with our finance counterparts in terms of this exercise. There's instances whereby we are requested, we receive requests to say, let us attend to certain properties as the billing is, shows being abnormal. Where there's meter leakages, we do fix and do attend accordingly. There's instances whereby meters are faulty. that they need a complete replacement, that we do have that information as well. Unfortunately, my finance colleagues were supposed to be here, but due to an audit committee that is currently taking place in our municipality, he couldn't be here because I wanted to speak specifically to House 6927. He's got all the details, whether the meter is functioning. But Chair, with the comprehensive response that I requested that we will be forwarding to your office, those details of that particular house will be there. We will be able to indicate, and I believe further consultation with the complainant himself, it is something that we will be doing back home. Thank you, Chair.
Very much for the report. Can I give Mema? It's the
Non-Jajambo Moyo.
non-tletlongo moya.
Non-Jajambo.
Okay.
Yeah, it means Bali is a flower in Bali.
Non-tletlongo moya.
No, Chairperson. No.
Yeah. Non-jaja. Oh, non-jaja. Okay. Me non-jaja. Okay. So thank you very much for that. Maybe let Arifin Tate Maila, do you have a view on the report?
Chair, the honorable member here has painted a rosy picture. But when you go now at Kutsong, you'll find that the area is filthy, dirty, and on long grasses. There was a case of a woman who was killed and raped because of a long grass that was not cut for years. And then when he talks of land or monies, we requested a forensic report via PAIA, but they never gave us that report. That report speaks on the issues, how the money was spent. And then money was spent on kickbacks and was paid to ghost suppliers. And then they are refusing to give us that report. And then when it speaks on saying that they are working on roads, I don't know which road are they talking about. Because there is no service delivery in Kutsong right now before I came here, because even though I was informed in the last hour, but I know what is happening in Kutsong. Even when you can wake me up at 12 midnight, I will tell you. In Ward 12, for us to control the refuse is very difficult. We don't have a willy beans, a simple thing, a willy beans. But willy beans was distributed to other people in Ward 12. But certain people in Ward 12, they don't have that willy beans to control their waste, which makes our lives very difficult. And then the member here also, the honorable member here also mentioned the issue of that they are working on addressing the issue of electricity. The street light that he's talking about is right in my yard. How can you talk about the street that is in my yard? It's not a street light. That light belongs to me. It's my property. It's not a street light. So she must differentiate the street lights and the high mast lights. In Ward 12, we don't have mast lights. We have requested high mast light because we have a high rate of crime in the area. So, now, I want to ask the lady, because there were reports that were stated by the Pandahanu forensics that money has been spent irregular, and then they are refused to give us the forensics report. Why? And then two, why people of Kutsong are still suffering? Sinkhole is a sensitive, traumatizing issue, which was the cause of the leaking water pipes of the municipality, which they are refusing to give us that report. Why are they refusing to give us that report? Now, two, those people affected by sinkholes are being accommodated to the RDP without consulting the beneficiaries of those RDP houses, beneficiaries. Now, but in other straight-on report, people have been given money for trauma, money for their contents, and money for their properties.
Ntate
But with
Mahila,
this-
ke batla re etseng?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want us to extend the petition. I want you to focus on the issues that you will have raised in the petition because
Let's raise it now.
when
Let's raise it
when we veer off and start talking about other things, it might mean every other petitioner would be allowed to speak about any other thing
Sure.
that they may think necessary. So maybe let's stick to the issues around the, the failure to provide basic services.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. On the sewer, and the sewer is a health hazard, Many people on Kutsong are very sick because of sewer spillages, which is not attended to by the municipality in Merafung. And then every time, I've got pictures in my phone I can show you. These issues are not attended, they take long to attend to the issues. Sometimes weeks, 3 weeks, sometimes a month. And then on the issue of electricity, I want to come back to the issue of electricity. In Ward 2, kune pole, as electric pole eziyi-2 ezawa, and then those electric poles are still live. Abantwana bangadlalela kuzo bachuke bafe. And then it was not attended to, and then it's been 6 weeks now, ingathendwanga. And as well ejardini zabantu. Asikhuluma indaba ye-electricity, ereyizwe lapha. Isamile injalo ayathendwa. And esejardini, and kulo majardini engikhuluma ngawo kunahlala abantu. Ayi-addresswanga, isenaledi street. Ngizoma lapho, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ntate Mahila. Members, Member Chabalala, is there anyone? Member Mabunda? Yeah, so let's start with you, Member Chabalala, and then Member Mabunda.
All right, thank you, Chair. Sis Nonchachambo, Moyo. You see, when you don't engage, okay, thank you. You see, when you don't engage with petitioners or submit the reports, this is what happens because you'll come here and make presentation, and then petitioners will say, "No, you are lying. There's nothing like that." Petitioners will say, "You are lying." But Chair, I think earlier you indicated, I think to people who are making to say municipalities must not mask difficulties that they are encountering. I think what Memoyo did was to give us a picture of what is happening in the municipality, the challenges that they are facing, and also solutions with regards to addressing issues that have been raised by petitioners. Chair, there are issues that I think can be done in the interim, like your grass cutting and other things, which are not huge infrastructural challenges. I think the municipality must also consider that. And Chair, also as a way forward, because the municipality has mentioned timelines with regards to how they are going to deal with issues that have been raised in these petitions, I think we need to, on a regular basis, monitor according to these timelines. And then if they don't implement, then we call them again. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. I think I want to sympathize with the presentation or the response to the petitioner. However, I strongly feel that there are areas in which the municipality can improve on, especially on services such as grass cutting. That does not need capital expenditure. But on issues that requires resources from a presentation, I think I do agree. But I think taking from here, I would want to suggest that there must be strong engagement between the municipality and the petitioner back home, so that some of the information as requested by the petitioner is made available to them, so that they are able to share the frustrations that the municipality is confronted with. A failure of which it will create doubt within the petitioner that there is no challenges of finances in the municipality. Thanks, Chair.
I usually confront the issues as they are, because nako nngwe tshwanetse re thuse batho ba ko bo rona to understand the situation. And of course, I agree with the colleagues that there may be a number of things that can still be done, that may still be doable, you know, which if we can commit to, they can be actualized. Mara ke batla ho botsa Morafe something about the Morafo. So we're not coming across the difficulties of Morafo for the first time in that Mail. And of course, it might be similar to other municipalities in the province, where there's some level of a financial strain. So if you analyze Morafo, which in its days used to be a prosperous area, you know, anchored by the mining activity, all of that might have slowed down over the years to a point of extinction. So your Forgeville, Wedela, Kuto, Elijah, Barai, Bahai, all of these areas would have been greatly affected at a point when the active operations within the mining space were halted. The biggest challenge in Morafo, it's a socio-economic in nature. Because when that happened, it implicated households economically. But to was unemployment. And when people don't work, there's no money for them to be able to pay for services. And in reality, what is happening in Morafo is that because Morafo was reliant on you know, some of the revenue that they would draw from you know, mining operations, it's no longer the case. And by implication from yourselves as the residents of Morafo. So the situation of Morafo is a dire one. You know, there's no quick fix to that situation. But of course, I know at the level of the province, the MEC of COGTA, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Department of Human Settlement. So the MEC there has also taken concern about the viability of some of these municipalities, Morafo included. Recognizing those difficulties or the rate. And in reality, in reality is that when revenue is not raised by a municipality, it makes it difficult for municipality to render quality services. So there's that challenge. But it does not necessarily exclude, or excuse rather, the municipality from providing for basic services. Because at least you will have conditional grants flowing. Whether they are sufficient, Menchanja, it's another thing. And we usually know that they may not necessarily be as sufficient. So that is the situation in Mirafo. You know? And hence the MEC of Kokta will have said, maybe let's come up with municipal viability strategies, isn't it? To sort of stabilize revenue collection, if at all possible, but also ensure that the municipality is much more, viable as an entity. Because as it stands, that is the situation. And we know across the municipalities in the province, I mean, we read this in the previous reports, even by the AG, that Gauteng municipalities were owed to the tune of about 90.4 billion. You know, money is lost, which monies might have been directed to provide for services. So that is the difficulty in Mirafo. But of course, what Ntate Mahila raises is doable. When there's a pole that falls, which is a live one, which might likely threaten the lives of, kids who might be playing in those spaces. It's something that the municipality must be attentive to. The municipality can intervene almost immediately. Colleagues also mentioned other services, grass cutting. Well, there might be somewhat of a cost to it because, in essence, nothing is really ever free. So the cost of transportation, fuel consumption, all of those things, they are expenses that are incurred. But the municipality does receive a funding periodically from the province and so on. So even from national, it trickles down, isn't it? So we can still be able to look into those specific things. Then the sewerage issue, it's a contentious matter because it's been raised there in perpetuity without a sense of whether there would be any intervention in the nearby future. And that is why it also surfaces in the petition raised by Ntate Mahila. And it's for that reason that earlier on I was asking you, Menchanja, you speak about it or no? This is where we are, there's a process and so on and so forth, without necessarily having mentioned the time frame. And that is why I was asking you that question. So Ntate Mahila, Menchanja says by June, they think there would be somewhat of a movement in regards to the fixing of, the sewerage system or pipes. And I hope that commitment, Menchanja, we're not just making it to just excite people. For nothing. Then come June, because June is next month. You see, where I would have been comfortable if you were saying to us, here is the project plan. This is where we started. This is how we have moved. This is where we are. This is what is remaining. So when you say June, it gives a sense that there has been movement. And I really wanted to confirm with you whether there has been movement. Or are we only going to start in June? You see, you will respond to that part. You see, so that we are clarified and we are all the more wiser. Again. Then the issue of electricity. You say, so we've got the infrastructure. And my interpretation of that was saying, Ronaldo Apollo lights, but they may not necessarily be functional. Either because we may not necessarily have the resources, or the globe, and so on and so on. Because possibly there might be other budgetary items that you might be prioritizing. So if that is the case, we must say it. Because when we don't say it like that, somebody says the municipality is failing. Because you are not explaining it like that. So we've got to unravel what is happening in completion of the situation that you are contending with. Or Because I don't know fela no re na le infrastructure. Then somebody a dutseng ko morago a re mare batho ba ba na le infrastructure mare dilo tsa di bereke. Why? So that question reverberates, you know, without any answer to it, accompanying it. So you need to be earnest in giving the state of affairs in Mirafo. You know, it may not necessarily be your fault. Kurubona, how lemo menjanje. Ska fila morwalo or ntwe ke aka kiluan. Don't do that. You see, it's a municipal wide problem. And that is why even at the level of the province, that is why even at the level of national, there are discussions about how best to intervene in some of the struggling and ailing municipalities. You see? So we must not mask this difficult. The issue is in goal, although it doesn't make a feature under the Maila. It's also a stubborn issue, which has been there, you know, for some time now, in the radar. Without any, you know, conclusivity around how it would be addressed. So we hear of plans and then plans are abandoned, you know. So at some point, the municipality actively, and this is what Member Chabalala is saying, and this is what we said in regard the first petition. But they don't know what your thought process might be. Because that issue might be beyond the municipality. That is in goal. You know? Because the municipality on its own is never really going to address the issue that is in goal. You know, it's a disaster which requires greater support and greater efforts, you know, through what we call intergovernmental relations, isn't it? So that the municipality is assisted to deal with that issue of an area which may no longer be as habitable. You know? And that is why you will see there will have been discussions about relocating some of the settlements. Of course, you know, there may be a bit of a discontentment about what that would mean. But you need to raise it. It needs to be laid in the fore so that people are aware about it. You see? I mean, it's another thing. Where you encounter difficulties, or arena budget. I know in Sidibeng, the Val, there were similar areas where, you know, the potholes were the size of a crater. And the municipality of Infuleni said, hey, arena chelet. And quite honestly so. The Department of Roads and Transport could assist. You know, a business case would have been developed, presented. There was a level of a convergence. You know, even national would have allocated some of the grants to assist in the reparations and reconstruction of those roads. So Mirafo might also want to do or follow a similar, you know, trend, so that you don't just shoulder the burden of the strain that you are contending with alone. Otherwise, Ntate Maila are never really going to appreciate what the difficulties are. And it's quite correct, by the way. When you present the report and it looks all rosy, they may be of the view that, but you know, these are distortions. You know? So it's always best when you present the real state of affairs for what it is. At least the people begin to have an appreciation of some of the difficulties. You know? But like I said, it does not excuse you from being inventive. So we want the kind of public officials who are activists. By Lauren, they are innovative, they can think of solutions beyond the box. And of course, we fully appreciate that systematically there might be limitations and so on and so forth. But it doesn't in any way prohibit you from pondering possible ways around how solutions can be rendered. where there's a problem, they also further compound the problem. Problem is, problem more. We don't want that kind of a situation. You see? So, I want us to, it's not an easier issue that the Maila to resolve. It's unlike when somebody says, I've got a neighbor who has encroached on my yard. Neighbor. It's not like that. It requires a concerted effort, structural, governmental, so that there's a proper management of the resources, the little resources that the municipality receives, isn't it? So that they would know what to prioritize. And you are quite correct. I mean, we live in a constitutional democracy. And unfortunately, you cannot trade off some of, in fact, any of the basic services. You can't trade them off. Access to water, access to health care. You mentioned those things in your petition. Unfortunately, we can't trade them off. It can be a norm. And we can accept that, hey, notwithstanding the difficulties of the municipality, people can be given water. Even in Madibe, in the northwest, where there are difficulties, people will still be able to access water. There are greater efforts to ensure that the communities there do receive electricity, where possible, on critical roads. You sort of redirect your resources to be able to patch up roads, so that you enhance the ability of the municipality to allow its residents to be economically active. You see, because some of these things are barriers, to why there is no economic activity in an area. Merafong, as it stands, does not enable greater economic activity. You see, it doesn't do that. It no longer inspires the kind of confidence it used to. You see? And so we look upon yourselves to be inventive. But like I said, we hardly ever want to sound unreasonable and populist. So we're not populists. We want to work around what is reasonable and that which is doable. So I want to make an appeal that the Maila, similar to how we'll have resolved on the last one. Who is the councillor? What are you again that Maila?
What 12?
What 12? Renalum councillor go 12. Okay. Yeah, we know most who are here, most of the councillors who are here will obviously be around the Mohal and so on. I just wanted to check if by any chance the councillor might possibly be here. Do you have an answer? Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Ke Councillor Disebo Tabane. Maybe ha re shebile petition, ke nagana re bua ka petition e. Petition e address ya yona ha se ya ko Ward 12. Ke petition address e go tsweng ke ya ko Ward 7. Ko Merafong, that is why le di responses ne le tsa ko Ward 7. Ko Khusong proper. So ne ke re ha re bua ke utlwile le petitioner a bua le ka bo Ward 2. But rona response it was based on Ward 7. Councillor wa Ward 7 hayo mona na kupile gore re mo kenyetsa apology. Thanks.
Chair.
Ndada Maila, you may come in.
I'm an activist. You have mentioned issue activist, Chair. And you will tell mama a Ward 12. Suge Ward 7, and then that community ngiyazi yonke. And then that is why that area liya ngiyazi yonke. Ngisho ngilele ngangivusa nango 12. I'm not reply. La address evezwe iu 6972 Ward 12. Ngicela ucheck izinto zakho kahle mama, and then ithi mawukhuluma lana and then ukhulume ngento eyaziyo. Mina here angikhulumi ngeward, ngikhuluma ngento affecta imirafu, not iward. I'm an activist la ku-chairperson ayisho. I'm not a person olukuthi ithi manikweza umsebenzi ilukuthi mawumfuna funeka umsokole. Funeka uthole i-security kuqala u-explain ukuthi uzofunani. Mina I'm available 24/7. And then the issues lana masingaziveza ezinye izinto mama, you'll be shocked. As I say, Ward 7. So bengithi indaba petition mina bengihlala Ward 7 ngise 12. And ucheck i-date, ucheck ne-date eningise ngayo lapho ninganginikezanga nifake khona i-light ejardini yami khona. Ngiyabonga Chair.
It's not a train smash. I don't think it's a train smash. Because your report gave a high level sense of some of the difficulties that the municipality is experiencing, isn't it? So what I want you to do against what is being raised by Ntate Maila, let's because there are several other issues. The issues around sewerage has been raised, electricity linked to Apollo lights, street lights, and so on. Leaking of pipes has also been raised. The issue of untarred roads. Then there are also security issues, isn't it? That the Maila points to issues where there's a scourge or manifestation of crime in the area. I get that they Maila. Rapes and killings, or bodies of people who would be found in dams and so on, which is a very serious issue. Ordinarily, we would have expected that maybe the Department of Community Safety just gives a sense around some of their crime prevention, strategies. It might also have to do with the inadequacies. Some abonnés are doing visibility. I get that the mile. Visibility, possibly catchment population, police station. I want us to look into all of these issues. Unless if we've got a report that addresses all of these issues. We're now dealing with the number of, because in that Maila raised a number of issues. Ne? I want us to deal with all of them at a go. I'm not sure because your report spoke mainly about the core basic services. But do we have a feature in the report about the security issues? Maybe if we can just get that sense. You can quickly do that. So if you have, you can also present on those. What is the thought process around how to rebut the rise in the levels of crime, as in that Maile, raises them in the petition. But if you don't have it as a feature in your report, what I'm going to suggest is that we maybe descend Ward 12, I get that Maile. Ward 12, not 7.
Ward 12 ki issue ya electricity le Willie Beans. And then Ward 2 ki issue ya the poles say 2 tse di Willie.
Okay.
And then Ward 7 a reng utswa go yone e ke ne ke dula go yone before ke at Ward 12. Ina le issue ya I fail and then ina le issue ya sewer mo pele ga kereke.
Okay. So I get la utla Ntate Maile ke activist. Or a no ke activist da joke. Because ubuella batho ba Ward 12 le batho ba Ward 7. I get Ntate Maile le Ward 2. Which is quite progressive. We need batho ba tshwana le Ntate Maile. So just to reconcile mention, We want you to look into all of these issues. I get it. So that the report that you are going to send us breaks down and does not necessarily generalize. I get it. We already have got a general sense of what is happening, of the situation in Morafo. Mara re batla hore le lebelleng specifically the issues that Ntate Maila is raising in a structured fashion. But when you do that, mo tseng ka letsoho, akere? Re kopa hore le mo tseng ka letsoho. So that you also make him to understand on how you are intending to address some of the issues. And it may even happen that it may not necessarily be immediately. Akere ha ra tshwanela ho botsana maka. Akere? But at least show cause. Or we have now diagnosed or not, this is a problem. We are now going to come up with an action plan on how to address it. And you will find it's a much more reasonable way to address the issues. I'm sure you will agree, Ndate Maila, if they were to do that.
Yes, Chair.
Again. So Ndate Maila agrees. Or if that can be the approach, then it will comfort him. I'm sure Ndate Maila is not an unreasonable person. He understands all of these issues that I've presented, that you have presented. But in certain regards, street police, even if the municipality are in a chelete, street polo uno emilis afela ntwe. You know, explain to them, take them into confidence. You know, where there's a process to deal with the more bigger issues, water leakages and, or again the pipe leakages. You sort of take him into confidence. Or this is the thought plan on how the municipality would embark on resolving this issue, including the sewerage matter, you know. On issues of crime prevention, let's bring other stakeholders on board. So that possibly Ndate Maila might want to become a catalyst, you know, for some of these programs. You may also join him in those programs. Again, or in Nepal, there's another no lead. You know, one of the things about the uniqueness about our constitutional democracy is that it has got two features. It is both a representative, which is yourselves. Again, but it's also participatory in nature. And that is why earlier on I was saying to Ndate Tupan, it's not something that you even negotiate. It's the nature of how our governance model is couched. You see, as in it's just like that. It's the nature, it's the model of our governance. Again, so if you do that, empower Ndate Maila to also form part and parcel of your formulations, you will see. You will have allayed his anxieties. Mara Ndate Maila kanagwa lona lanagwa larnor narnal di plan. It's not going to assist anything. You are not going to resolve anything. Because when those things are not materialized, batho ba le bona or mara batho ba pallwa. Ba no kra di salary fela. Mara ba pallwa. Again. But if you come closer to them, you make them to understand. Agree, Agwal? So I'm not sure whether you may want to speak to other issues that we have raised, and then we can wrap up on it.
Chairperson, without wasting your time, given the program of the day, I wouldn't want to respond item by item on what you've raised, but I appreciate the comments given around the petitions, and I would commit in the sitting that indeed in our comprehensive response, which shall be dealt with in consultation with the petitioner, we will be including all the matters that have been raised here. Going back home, we will sit down. The approach that I think will assist a lot is by making the petitioner work hand in hand with the councillors, because we directly deal with the councillors. So it will be proper. I will actually encourage it through the councillors of the wards that whatever consultation we do, Mr. Maila should be part of that in order to put him into confidence. Thank you, Chair.
So let's do that. How soon do we think we can descend? I don't want us to leave it to chance. And then it doesn't get to happen.
Okay. Since we are currently, the mayoral committee, led by the executive mayor, is currently going ward by ward with the consultative process of the IDP and the budget. And some of these issues are being raised and responded to. So I would like to make an allowance and a request that we commit the date of Friday. What will be the date? I think administratively, we'll be able to submit through the office of the speaker by the 20th of May, because I must consolidate. There's now issues beyond my department. I must be able to get sufficient time to consult to all other departments such that we talk to the issues.
Would a month be sufficient? We want to be reasonable. Would a month be sufficient?
Okay, yes, Chair.
It would be sufficient. Is a month sufficient?
That will be more sufficient because there's so much going on in the municipality in terms of service delivery activities. So I appreciate if you would allow us to go to that extent.
Okay. Ntate Maila, I go out of the IDP. Please follow up on these things. I get it. Udisale morao so that you also contribute some of these views in that process. I get it. So that we then reconcile with what Mayor Njancha will have said. I get it. So that we don't have a disjointed arrangement where you are going to be engaged separately from that process. Because your IDP sessions are quite critical in also informing the construct of a municipal plans, isn't it? Against the budgetary, yes, I get it. So it's a lemramare, ke batla le motlisa close and that they, I get it. Le motlisa fela close. Show my brand.
Okay. No, just one thing, Chair, to be specific on the issue of Imbizo. Date will be 18th of 5/2022, which is next week, Wednesday. Time will be 3 o'clock, area, Verfet in 70s, 80s, extension 6, which is Ward 12, venue, 70s, takes a rank. So all MMCs, even Ward Councillor, Executive Mayor, will be there. So please, let's make sure that you attend, then you will be able to raise the issues that we are raising here. Then you will get responses, if there are no responses, but we'll then make follow-up, but we'll be talking to specific people there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that information. Tate Maile, last remarks?
My last remark is the municipality must walk the talk. Angifuni ukuthi mangiphumalana ngibe ne expectation ukuthi bazoyenza and then bazocela futhi extension ye date. You were right, Chair Mauti, a month is it right for Bon? Because we are watching them, and then if le date ayibekelana ifika and then izinto azenzeki, kuzoba yenye into. And then we don't want that yenzeke. So mama funeka abe clear lana, ayazibekela time frame enhle ezomfanele. Now, kule issue yabo yesikhathi, u3 o'clock abantu basuke bengekho besemsebenzini. Iyabashaya abantu bafuneka bayaphawula laphana, especially property owners abafuna ukuthi babhadale services. It's proper ukuthi if you want to engage abantu, you make sure you communicate with the rightful owners of the property so that ukwazi ufumana the gist yezinto ozifunayo ebantwini. Sometimes kunezinto endifuna uziraise because time it's against me, and then ayingivumeli ukuthi ngaya lo ngo-3 abantu abekho. And then nanzabe ngisejubeke ngo-3.
Yeah,
Ngiphuma 4:30. But ngizoba khona.
Aretse zonda te maile gare are ka tsena moyo yo re tshwenya ya re batho ba ba teng ka nako e ba teng ka nako e wa re tloela ke re ha o ba tlo raise the issue le gore o itse gore ne ba no nna ke nyoko raise the issue what the avail again
Nobly there.
because I know ordinarily there must be reasonable notification, it's marketed and so on. So people must attend. Again, we don't want to make excuses for people or why must attend and so on, you know. And I said, Lord, my brother, again, let's change the number. I follow up or any IDP session. Again. So ntate maile re o lo tlo fa di number tsae lo ena o tse tsae
Sure.
Sure. Akere ro etsa ona ba no wa re fetsa mo akere
Sure.
ore o tsamale na ka letso le nna o tlo tsatsa ka ntate maile
Sure.
e ntate o la saetse ke na le di powers tsa o sa phina batho
Exactly.
ena go sa phina ba no ke a wen barasa akere
Sure.
yeah so ke kopa le motseng fela ka letso le motlise closer mention akere okay so re lebuile are tloele mo akere. So
Thanks
thank you
very
very much for that one. Okay. Regio nana le poncho rutle ka speed.
Thank you, Chair. Since you started the meeting, I've been raising my hand up there. I'm also from Ravone. What I want you to know is that where must we deliver these petitions? Because right now I want to deliver one myself, you see. Because I'm happy Councillor Voice here because he knows my problem. Then I can deliver my petition. I don't know. Can you just tell me where must I deliver the petition, please? I just want to know. Where must I deliver the petition?
Ntate Thomas iponatsa ke re wa ba utla. Ntate oli la mona re o. Eh. O ya Merafo.
Ya Merafo.
Oh, who is there in Merafo? Who is responsible for petitions? The Speaker's office. Okay. So Baruko Speaker's office, let me offer the details. Eh?
Okay, Chair.
But I'll offer the details.
Okay, Chair, thank you.
Mare where ereko botsa something. Kana ke ntate ma?
Ke ntate Benjamin Mulifi, wako Ward 1.
Ntate Benjamin. A o feel or no ka ra o kre thuso. Mme o a ke ro man.
Ka mona.
Ke o le bilo se tsa o kwalla le di number man.
Okay.
O tlo o fa tsona wa mo founela. Go ra o ka feel fela o ka re a o kre thuso.
Okay.
O founela le kharebelelo a le bona.
Okay, Mashebile.
Yeah, o tla go no thusa.
Because problem ka Councillor voting why tlhaloganya I'm happy o teng gona yana. Thank you, Chair.
All right, not really will. So are tlweleng ele, let's step off that one. Thank you very much Ntate Maila. Re le wila ke me Manjanja. We'll follow up on those ones. Re kopa re le lebelleng. I just want to make an appeal to officials. Are batle le tsamae before exhaust all these petitions because I read ke mang and so on. Who's responsible? Again, because we still have got a number. So let's quickly go to the last one before we break for lunch. Ne? So we want to take the last one and then we'll break at 2 for lunch. So, yes.
For the record, we would have dealt with petition 1, lack of basic services, Kutsong, 2, lack of development, Kutsong, and then 3, overbilling, Kutsong, Tsedi Residuen Kentate Maila. Just for the record. Simultaneously, so we have dealt with those 3. And earlier on, we dealt with requests for purchase of vacant land.
Paolo, Roberto. Rigeletsa boikopelo akere a le tshwere di meeting within a meeting le lo delay progress le ka se utlo re wa reng o kra le rona le ntshengwe le rena e bua e le reng e ka nna botlhokwa mo bophelong ba wa akere or mo seemong sa hao So re kopa re utlwaneng, re utlweleng. Akere? Ka ra le tshwere di-meeting le seba ya utlwala that thing. Le rona ya re distracta re le mo pele. Akere? So re ikeletsa boikopo ba re a re utlweleng. Lunch ya fitlha e segala, akere? Ya, re tla kgona ho tshwara dikgang tse ding ko ntle kwa.
Thank you, Chair. And then we'll then proceed to petition 5, or as per the program, which is titled Relocation from Informal Settlement Soul City. Ke kope badudi ba Soul City wa leng teng kapa ena Mme Maria Khoza to come to the table, ka mo left ya ka. Ba teng ba Soul City. Petitioner na ne tsentse ke Mme Maria Khoza o teng. A teng ke mang wa representant badudi ba Soul City? Hayo. Councillor Jonas o teng. Ha hona ope wa representant badudi ba Soul City.
Soul City, hona le motho wa tswang ko Soul City. O lo re maybe na buile le Councillor Jonas o kae? O tswile. A re fete re ye kweng. Yeah. So we are going to the next one, eh? Yeah, quickly check for us. Who is going to respond from the municipality? Okay. So we're going to skip this one for now, ne? I don't know anybody for this petition. So you will still stick around, my brother, ne? Up until Regra Mukanselara. So we're going to go to the next one.
Thank you, Chair. We'll then proceed to number 6, which is incomplete RDP house in Krugersdorp. Ya ga Mme Maditaba Angelina. O teng Mme Maditaba? Chair, I'm informed that the petitioner is unreachable. The team tried to call her, the number is not working. Tried going to the address provided, they could still not find her. So I'm not sure how to proceed.
Yeah, agar la bona na kong na lo kopana le mathata agar. La re kwalla di petition a le fetso re kwalla letle. And legislature bile o kry you organize le transport mahala. So me o wa re kwalletseng petition ke me Maditaba Angelina. Na re kwalletsa re no sale le ena applies RDP house. And rona ne re na le karabo ya hae. A ke re karabo teng. Mara banong ayo. Mme Maditaba. A ke re. So lona petition ya Mme Maditaba ro e tlola ke re. A ke re ha teng. Unless lo ra ka iponantsha re no ke fitlhile. Ka re tswa le ko ntlong ya re kry ile lo ra ona motho. Ko address na re file yona. A ke re. Na re le ena o tswa ko number 3464 Reotlegile Street, extension 4. Re matlile mme Maditaba. Yo ha ibonatsa. Akere. So lona re tlo e feta, ke tsore Councillor Jonas o wile. Councillor Jonas. Ugo parking. E lo ronza le kae? Eh? Anong le re medication sekolo sa ngwana ha ke dilo tse ke taba tse dintsi. A re nko e nngwe re tla deala ka after lunch akere. So we're going to pass this one, we'll go to the next one.
Ke lebeng stimela o teng. Ke lebeng stimela. Kopa o dule mo tafoleng mme. So the next one is titled, so it will be number 7 on the program. It's titled Allocation of RGP House, Mohali City. The petitioner is Gilibeng Stimela, an adult female who resided 159 Kite Street in Swaneville. She alleges that she applied for an RGP house in 1998. Subsequently, in 2001, her house subsidy was approved. She states that to date, she has not been allocated an RGP house. The petitioner also alleges that she approached the housing offices in Mohali City several times to inquire about her allocation of an RGP house. She was informed that she would be allocated during phase 2 of the infamous Chief Mohali project. However, she has not been allocated an RGP house. She further alleges that the site number she has been approved for is B1217. Is the same as that of her grandmother. The petition was referred to the Mohali City Local Municipality and also the Department of Human Settlements for investigation and reporting on the 18th February 2020. At the time, we're still awaiting a report. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you very much for that one. Okay. So that is the summary of your petition. Can you confirm whether the contents are accurate? There's nothing that has been left out. Yeah, so if you can confirm for us.
Yeah.
Okay. So who will be responding for us? Let's like it is.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the legislature, councillors, the petitioner, and the community. You will pardon my voice. I'm just recovering from an acute flu, so. But I had to make it a point that I arrived just to respond to. Am I much better now? Okay. Kirikil Dumedise, Mudlastulo Chair, members of the provincial legislature, the councillors, the petitioner, Li Baduli Baku Western region. The name is Colin Pito. I'm coming from the Department of Human Settlement, responsible for beneficiary management in the Gauteng province. Chair, if you permit, the petition number 7 and number 8 are similar in nature. So that I can try and address both of them in a similar fashion to expedite time, if you do permit, because they relate to the same project.
Yeah, so that approach may actually assist us. But I want to test this on that the bits are and quite correct. Petition number 7, area allocation of RDP house Mohali seat. Kia mestimela kere antlagere. And then ngwe kia me tango. Me tango te. Ndombi. Me ndombi. La bonoro la re tshweng. Batho ra ba bitsa ba re kwalla ratla. Or hona le motho a emela mme ndombi. Wena mama brara ke bona o emisa letsoho. Who are you? Yeah? Mangwetla. O tla le ko kae? Yeah? Yeah, me too, because re batlo re le ena a tlo rula mo re ntate Pitso. A dile ka issue ya bona ya di RDP ere go, akere.
Mr. Chairperson, dumelang bagolo le kae? Mr. Chairperson, gane go kwalwa petition, rona ba re bereka di company tsa security, re ne re seyo, maar we've got the same problem, e bo mme ba le mestimela ba nang le yone. Ke yone ntho e ke batlang go e bua eo.
Ya rona re dila ka di petitions re nang le tsona. Akere re romella lefapha. A re kreile petition, o tshwana le re kreileng ya mestimela. Ra e shebisisa rona re le committee. Committee a dumellana le ona e isa go lefapheng, akere. And then lefapha le re fa report based on petition e ba nang le yona. Akere. That is why earlier on a re simolla ke rile rona unfortunately. A re dealing with general issues. You need to have submitted a petition for us to be able to consider it. Again. But it may happen or that the Pitso answer fanaka karabo. Again, to these two petitions, he may touch on other processes that you may be interested in, and you may ask a question. Again, so re batlo dila ka yona bjao because re ka re no re tlatsa petition a ona ba rontle be le botlhaswa. Molao o lo reng wa re govern a o dumela again. Tshwantse petition is submitwe pele committee shebisise and then re romele go lefapheng. So ona no report o ntato Pitso a tlo fanang ka yona. Ke e shebanang le di petition tse pedi tse. Again. So le ruga me ndang. Okay. Metembi. Ndombi. Mendombi adena. Wena mendombi.
Eche, Egina Ward Councillor Kutlwano Morake from Ward 12. Mentombi, she's currently sick, that's why she's not available today.
No, maar le fetso re wa tsena.
No. No. I can roll like in.
Okay.
Yes.
So o tla memella ke.
Yes.
So tate Pitso, re o ke mo councillor. By law o na le mandate ya o representa badudi ba lefelo le lo reng ke mo councillor wa lona ke. So tate mo councillor dule le mo le re tla o tsaya ka ro ke tla no bitsa mme Ntombi ka shi. Akere. No dula mo le mestimela. Or ntate Pitso a fana ka dikarabo re etsa gore mme Ntombi teng akere. Because o tlo fitisa molaetsa wa mme Ntombi. So maybe let's do it that way ntate Pitso ne. We'll start with the mestimela and then yeah. So what we may want to do for record purposes, maybe read out the summary of Mendombi so that it's recorded. Ne? The petitioner, no man, Ntombi. Do you think the last petition, improper allocation of RDP house, do you think we must also include it? It's the same. Okay. So I'm going to read the summaries of number 7 and 8.
Okay. Before I do the check, can I request Mayor Shamla Bilwani, Alitelena Atlamatafli. Mayor Shamla Bilwani, what? Joina Motafli. Ala fitlile. Yanka ya mestimela, it's titled Allocation of RGP House, Mohali City. The petitioner is Kilebeng Stimela, an adult female who sat at 159 Kite Street, Swaneville. She alleges that she applied for an RDP house in 98. Subsequently, in 2001, her house subsidy was approved. She states that to date, she has not been allocated an RDP house. She also alleges that she approached the housing offices in Mohali City several times to inquire about the allocation of an RDP house. She was informed that she would be allocated during phase 2 of Chief Mohali project. However, she has not been allocated an RDP house. And that further that the site number she has been approved for, B1217, is the same as that of her grandmother. The petition was referred to Mohali City and Department of Human Settlements on the 18th, as would the other one for Mentombi Tango as well. It was referred on the same date. It's also titled Allocation of RDP House Kahiso. Tombi Tango alleges that she applied for an RDP house in 1996. Subsequently, in 2017, her housing subsidy was approved. She further states that when inquiring at municipal offices regarding allocation, she was informed that she would wait for the completion of the construction project of RDP houses. She further states that the project has been completed and to date she has not been allocated a house. And the last one will be improper allocation of RDP house, Kahiso. The petitioner is Shamla Bilwani. She alleges that now late grandmother applied for an RDP house in 1999 and was never allocated a house while still alive. However, she alleges that she attended a community meeting wherein the councillor was allocating houses in extension 13 and her grandmother was allocated a house. She further then alleges that she informed the councillor that her grandmother had passed away, but that her family will not move to the house. Further to that, she alleges that the family was unable to move into the house as it was occupied by someone else. This one was referred to Mohali City and the Department of Human Settlements on the 11th of May, 2018. Thank you, Chair.
So, irrecheckele me Bilwani, whether she's also confirming. Councillor, when Mentombi ating, you will also just confirm, okay? Me Bilwani, are you confirming? On the mic.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Dr. Councillor, on behalf of me Tango, are you confirming?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Pizzo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe firstly, let me take an opportunity and thank the legislature for bringing the petitioners at least closer to us. As I've indicated, I want to clap the issue Mestimela, Le Mentango, who's been represented by a councillor. I think I first need to concede to a fact that the project that we speak of, Chief Mohali, was a project that was actually started around 2011. So what transpired during that time is that we've got what you call a subsidy quantum norms and standards. A PRT will go out to come and tell people to come and apply for subsidies of houses. What has transpired is that on that particular project, more people came in to come and apply for that particular project, which led to the project being oversubscribed. What it meant is that the people that are working on the subsidy administration system, they processed more applications, and yet there were only fewer houses. And the only challenge that we never did was to go back to a committee and then say, of the 2 phases of the project, which were completed, I think, in 2017, there is an additional number which could not necessarily be accommodated. And that's where the biggest problem is. And we as a department are simply saying, as much as we concede to the fact that we did not necessarily communicate correctly, the work that was done by a service provider was not necessarily done in accordance. However, we are saying it's not only affecting the 2, like Ndade has already spoken. You might be falling in as one of those. In 2019, the MEC approved an allocation policy which takes into consideration the people that have been approved on the system and not yet allocated, which have been prioritized according to the policy. So what we are saying, Chair, in this is that we've got 2 projects in Mohale. We've got the Brickvale project, which we are working in collaboration with the city, which I'm told is going to be yielding 6,480 units. As we speak now, we've got foundations, 6,480. We've got foundations, 1,011 foundations. We've got 500 houses, wall plate, houses which are at a wall plate, just after a window, 568. We've got houses that are at a roof level, 286. So what we are committing ourselves is that those that were approved in the Brickvale project will be prioritized and accommodated in the Brickvale project. We understand that the community of Kagiso is much even bigger. There is another project that is also underway called Afri Village, Phase 2. They were busy with the bulk of that particular project. That project is going to be yielding 1,800 units. But Chair, I also need to mention this. We have tried so many times. We've been engaging with the community of Mohale as well. There's been little movement in Mohale in terms of housing construction. We've been requesting the community of Mohale to avail themselves or to take occupation of houses in the neighboring town, which is Joranfontein. We've got 3 mega projects there in Afri Village. However, I can tell you now that the committee have been refusing to move to another area. So, but what we are saying is that we'd want them to be patient with us. I've been told, the project manager is next to me, the regional head was here now, that by the end of this financial year, they would have completed 281 units. And that budget is there in the business plan. So I can safely commit that those that have been approved in the Brickvale project, in the Mohale City project, which were never allocated, will be accommodated in the 2 projects. So that's the commitment that we're making as a department on the 2 issues. I'm not too sure to move to the last one, Chair.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
The last one, Chair, relates to a petitioner indicating that the mother had applied for a house who has since passed on. Chair, there's a difference between registration for a need and an application for a house. When you register in the needs register, it's like being in a waiting list. But for you to qualify for a house, you need to fill what you call a subsidy application form. So what we have picked up, we have run through the test, the ID number of the individual. The individual has since registered for a house, but the individual never applied for a house. So there is no approval under the name of the grandmother. But what we want to do, because there is a need is still there, we want to invite the kids or the family to come through and apply to our offices, should the need still be there. Thank you, Chair. Those will be the responses.
So thank you very much for that. You know, there's something that, because ordinarily before we host these kinds of hearings, we do a bit of a preliminary checks. So I just wanted to get a sense in that debate, because I was also made aware of a Dr. Sifularo housing project, but I'm not sure where it fits in into the arrangement. Maybe you could just, before I give the petitioners an opportunity to engage with your report, maybe just navigate us through Ntate Molive. Is it in the name of Ntate Molive is Fularo? I'm not sure whether you are aware of that.
Maybe let me give my colleague from Mohale, who can actually speak on that
Yeah,
project.
I just wanted clarity on that one.
Chair, my apologies, I was outside, so I'm not too sure what I'm supposed to respond to.
Yeah, no, I was saying that the people has spoken about the Every Village as well as the Brickville project. I just wanted to get a sense whether there's a Dr. Sifularo project and where it fits in. Yeah.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Dr. Sufalaro is one of the housing projects in Mohale City. However, the project is still at the level wherein we have to complete the infrastructure so that then we can unlock the project to go further. But the hill of the project is supposed to be around 253 units. And the project is in Hegpoort. So it's one of the projects that are underway, but we still need to unlock certain processes to ensure that we complete the infrastructure.
Because I came across it when I was going through my notes in preparation of this meeting. So I pondered whether it's something which is already at implementation stage or conceptualization. But thank you very much for that, because I thought, why not mention the other, one? But it's okay. So, Mestimo, la re simolle ka wena ne? Le mo tlile ntate Pitso.
Now, like last week, ki ile go teng ba mpella ka pleke ya go Afri Village. Ba re kemele SMS starting from there. A ke tsene le di kae. Ke tle now sentse ne ke emetse. First last month. Last week, yeah, last month. Ki ile go housing.
Okay. Kana lona ne la play neng? La play le ka 1998.
98,
Okay. Maro ka re no lo monyane ka 98.
Ne ke sa le 23.
Okay. Okay. Also no ile go di office tsa bona. Okay. O batlile ntlo lo monyane. Ko lona ke go kae?
Ko gae, ko Swaneville, ko block 1.
Ko kae?
Swaneville, block 1.
Okay. Alright, because ne ke le wa re itor 98. Ne ke sana no lo una ntlo nna.
Yo.
And one hora ke mogolo ya. Ko re ntlo ne se yo mo kelelong ya.
Ke tsofetse.
Yeah. No, it's okay. So is there anything that you may want to raise or that you are not understanding insofar as what Ntate Pitso is presenting? Or are you saying, because my sense in Ntate Pitso, she seems to be saying, we are just referred, but there isn't much, confirmation around whether we would constitute or be part of the list of beneficiaries. She seems to be saying that, although in her own words. I get it. So maybe, are you saying that? Are you in the list of beneficiaries? You are in the list?
Ke go waiting list.
Or you are in the waiting list? Okay.
I ke itse gore ke go kae nna sentle.
You are not sure. So that's exactly what I suspected. She's not sure. So what she knows is that she has applied in
And I get
98.
subsidy.
Yeah. So she applies in 98. Years later, because 98 is very far from now. We may just have to check the subsidy, what it says, isn't it? But she says she's in limbo, not understanding where she is. But in essence, she will have applied for this house. I get it. And you are wondering why you are not getting your house.
Exactly.
Let's go to our council. Well, we skip you because you would not know. I get it.
Yes, Chairman, but could I please allude?
Mentombi baroteng. Mentombi when?
Yes, that's why I'm saying, could I please allude something?
Okay.
Because normally, Mantombi, O ba botsetse o tlhole o mpotsa tsona, utlwa mama.
O ka re ke mama hao bjana mme Mantombi
O
mokhansela.
ba botse, utlwa mama, ska tshaba, ke bone bontate ba sentse o ba botse, utlwa.
Mara wa le tshwana le mme Mantombi bjana. Mme Mantombi ke ngwana hao.
Ikhansela.
Mara ke ngwana hao.
Ene ubengiphika lapha eminyango ethi akangazi.
Umntwana wakho mama.
Angimazi.
Okay. All right, mama. So, mama, Ndate Pito, unfortunately, you joined a bit late. Ndate Pito, ke Reolo man, was giving us a report on your petition. Or there are two projects. One is in Brickville. The other one is Afri Village. Again, which projects are already in motion. And they have noted one challenge. That when these projects were opened up, a number of people applied against what would have been the number of units that they could allocate. Again. So, or once a problem, or hey, there was an over subscription or an over application for the number of units that would be made available upon completion. So he denotes that challenge. Or Mara, be that as it may, they are trying to rectify the situation. And one of the options he gives, and I get la utle ke batla lutlwelle ko morago akere. Ona le ntho ngwe ntate Pitso wa e bua. Ha o ikeletsa boikopelo ba ntlo. Ape o ka se dictate di-time ka nako otlhe akere. Nako nngwe o kry-a e le gore ne department re na le dintlo mare di ko Randfontein. O ka se re nona ke batle ntlo ko because a project may not come again in Mogale. Akere. So how nnile le monyetla gore ba o accommodate ko Randfontein? Ke batlo le fa advice. Take that opportunity. You see, o sa re nna ke tla ema, o tla tsofala ntso e. Because dintlo tse di batla ke mang kapa mang. Akere. Ha o apply-ile ba o enrotse mo database ya bona ba re no ra o recognize. Re na no re ka o fa ntlo. Mare ntlo e a o lo e kra ko lo re ngotsetse ko teng. Re ka o fa yona ko ba re ke go kae ko Randfontein. Seize the opportunity. Again, skwa kra ona le boikgantso rana. Yes, seize the opportunity. O tla nna ntse o tšhakela mo hae mo. Again. So mama, Ndate Pitso na bontsha tsona dintlha tseo. Again. Or o nnile le matsapa, mare ba rana gore some of these issues they would still be able to resolve. Kana mama o na le jara tse kae?
Ina 59 years.
59 years.
I applied in 1999 and the subsidy 2008.
Okay. No problem. Are you come Hey, Meshamla. There was just something. Yeah, we may just have to go back to that last one. There was something that I didn't quite get. Because Me Shamla says the grandmother had applied and then the house was allocated. I'm not sure whether they had taken occupation already. Ne? Whether you were already, or the grandmother had taken occupation. Because as she says that she went to one community meeting, she notified the council or no, they would be moving into that house. I get it, Me Shamla. That's the story.
Hara move into that house. When we went to the meeting, the person that we consulted there said Ntlu Itswili. When we went to Johannesburg housing, the lady that assisted us, because we were surprised Ntlu Itswili, and yet Hara contactiwa whatsoever. So we were not notified gore ntlo e tswile. That lady hana re bolella, wa re bolella gore ntlo e dula motho. And rona we can't just go there lo ntsha batho ko ntlong. It's illegal for us to do that.
So is there any other thing that you want to say to Ntate Pitso?
Yeah,
Based on the report he presented?
ntlo e kae?
Okay. So Ntate Pitso, these are their remarks. But as the committee, what do we want to have a sense of? Because at least we are made aware that the department has got a process of prioritizing a batch of applicants. I'm not sure whether it's between 96 and 90, 99, 99. Whether this cohort, because Mestimelar 98, Mamar 99, and then Elia Meshamla will deal with it separately. It has got its own complexity. Ne? The duality of it is that there's a unlawful occupation vis-a-vis the descendants also wanting to have a title to the house. So it has got its own complexities. Again, but maybe let's start to deal first with the first two. Whether they in the main constitute the beneficiaries and what is likely to be the turnaround. And we understand the strain. We understand there's so much pressure and demand. But if you can just navigate us around how best that they can be assisted, so that there's a level of a certainty on their part, I know there might be a general demand on the part of the community, but because we're not dealing with the petition, they're dealing with generals. We just want to get a sense around how best the mayor, Ndombi, Mestimela can be assisted under the circumstance. Ne? Yeah, Udlal? Okay. So, unless if there's any one member who wants to say something. Lishap. Covered. All right. You wanted to say something? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to indicate that there are, I don't know whether to say a large number, but yeah, probably over 30 similar cases of allocation. So we will forward them to the list, so that you also advise the petitioners of how they then can get the recourse, or of whether they can be allocated in those two projects, or whether they are also willing to go to Randfontein. So it's not only, I'm raising this because I saw hands. It's a pity that we can't bring all those petitions here, because they are similar in nature. We feel that they will be addressed in a way. So those who would have submitted petitions and they feel that we are not addressing their petition, this is another way of addressing them, by not necessarily bringing each and every petition to the hearing, but to get the sort of a clue of how the department is attempting to deal with your issues. So once we get that report on that Pitso, we'll be then able to share it with all those petitioners, but we'll also forward the list related to what I call the infamous Chief Mohali project, because we've been receiving an influx of petitions in this matter. They are still coming through. So we want a general report that will indicate, as we've indicated, so that we can deal with the matters. Thank you.
So, besides the 3 petitions, about 30 other petitions, molo. Because so it might happen that 1 or 2 or 3 of you or more of you might have submitted those petitions with us. Related to this issue, Yadi RDP. So, Nerikeletsa boikopelo ko ntate Pitso re re tlo mo romella tsona di petitions because we're processing them. I di tsena re di processa pele. or they must have a seamless approach around how to fashion responses on those petitions. I get it. It's a nor, it's a say more, but for others who are not doing the same thing. Yeah, so then that the bit of maybe just to speak to all of those points.
Chair, maybe let me recommit ourselves. I wish to recommit the department in trying to address some of the problems that were created by us being overzealous in the previous years. But as I've indicated, it is not only, Chief Mukhale project. We've got so many approvals across the province in many other projects. Hence, we had to carefully craft the allocation policy to talk to those that have been approved and not allocated. However, as much as we want to push that particular backlog of those that have been approved, we are still going to be confined to those that have applied before. In terms of those that have applied between 96 and 99, those that are above the age of 60, PWTs, special cases as well. And I can safely state that, Chair, I think from the projects that one actually spoke of, we'll try and prioritize those particular groups. And one of the commitments that we're also trying to make is that maybe what we'll then need to do in collaboration with the municipality, we may want to convene some community meetings or as part of the ITP process to communicate some of these commitments that we're actually making, so that this then eases the burden as well from a legislature point of view of having similar petitions coming through. But I also wish to invite those that are saying to us, Bona, they are willing to move into another municipalities like your Randfontein, to come through to our offices, such that will also help us to reduce this particular backlog. Because I can guarantee you, as much as I would have given numbers today on the 6,000 and the 1,008, you might find there's even more people who are still waiting for houses in Mukhale. But for those that are willing to move into other regions, there's nothing stopping you from moving from Mukhale to staying in Ramasit in Pretoria, as long because the system allows for it to happen. So I kopa fela le re kenyetse matsogo metsing.
Re kopa gore ntate Pitso a fetsa akere. E re a fetse pele, a feditse. Re tla sheba gore re ka se matsonyana a malwa akere. Ya, e re a feleletseng, re batlo kry-a dikarabo tse di feleletseng. Akere? Ya. Ntate Pitso e feleletse.
Okay. Like you have been to our office last week. You went to our office because you have an interest of going somewhere else because there's little movement in Mukhale. And you were told that you must wait for an SMS. It's hardly a week today. And I can guarantee you, you will be communicated to. We do not have stock in Afri Village now, but that project is much more active than the projects here in Mukhale City. So I'm saying just be patient with us. My team is here. They could be able to take your numbers again. They will be able to communicate with you. Similar to you, Mama, as well. If we have a keen interest in moving to Randfontein, we are willing to assist immediately. But for those that are willing to wait, we want to be given an opportunity. We are saying we'll be able to have built 281 houses by the end of the financial year, which ends next year in 2020. Next year, March 2023. And there's one thing that I wanted to clear, Chair. There's a number called B1. That is a project number. That is why you'll find it's a reference number. It's not an urban number. The B number is not a stand number. It is a reference number which is used on a project. That is why now, with the policy, we are linking individuals to urban numbers. So that you don't have an individual who then say, I've been to be something, that stand is seated by somebody else. There is no such thing. So I can guarantee you the B number is a reference number. That is why the grandmother and the daughter have the same reference number. It was based on a project. So I thought, let me just clarify that.
Okay. So, Ronan Ntshwere batlo ntate Pitso, and I hear you very well. Matso a re a bona ke. Ntho ne re batlo e utlwa ntate Pitso. And because we are not dealing with these issues for the first time, what we want to get a sense of, at least insofar as these two projects are concerned. And earlier on, you attempted to give us an update, how far they are. But do we know the project, the completion, time frame? So that closer to the completion, at least these people, or rather the petitioners, can be able to follow up in inquiries about their status. Because the difficulty when something, it's still under construction, you wouldn't know when they would conclude. And the frustration might stem from the fact that they keep on going to offices. And it might even happen that the offices are not giving accurate information insofar as the standing of those projects. So that they save, they spare themselves of the energies of having to frequent your offices, even when the project has not yet been finalized. It might have assisted if we were to indicate, but this thing, it might take a year, it might take 2 years. At that time, continue to make follow-ups. Or await, ordinarily you will also receive a notification. Await that notification. So that we deal with the anxiety, of them not knowing, but being expectant or no. This thing, maybe it's there, And the part about the Randfontein project that you make mention of, maybe we must test it here, whether Mesty Mela, would you be willing? You would be willing to move to West Marking?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mama Ntombi, would you be willing to move to Randfontein?
As long as uthola indlama.
Yeah. Is it?
Noma kuphi noma ngangise mayini kuphi.
Yes.
As long as uhlala endlini yami.
All right. So, given this reality, how are they brought, well, I may not want to say close, but how are they, brought into the radar of consideration? And you mentioned that, well, they may not be stock now. Not sure whether stock means units, allocation of units, availability of units now. Do we have a sense when possibly? So the issue of time frames is always critical. Because anxiety, it is about people don't know, they don't have certainty. So more or less when do we think there might be? Even when you say provisional, it could be in the next 6 months that we're clearing off the current, database of people who are being considered as beneficiaries, When likely can there be an opening for consideration? We're not necessarily saying them only, but we're saying an opening for, another category of beneficiaries, which they may be part of, So that we deal with the uncertainties around the process. I think that would assist a great deal. And then we can deal with case ya mama Shamila, no? Is Shamila or Shamla? Or Shamla? I get a no. Koreke no modernize a libitola. Shamila. You know Shamila Batoi, very powerful woman. Nigga na no go kill customize a fella. Ove matla, a shamila batui. So, why is that the bit? So maybe if you can just speak on those few points, and then read the case shamla.
No, thanks, Chair. I think it's encouraging that there's more people now that are willing to move to other projects. I can safely indicate that I know that in the next 2 weeks we should be receiving stock in Denklome, which is also in the Western region. I'm not too sure of the numbers per se, but I'm sure it's just shy of 100 or so, which we can still accommodate some of the community coming from this area. In the business plan as well, I think we've got around 400 in Afri Village, in Randfontein as well. As I've indicated, we've got 281, which should be completed by the end of the financial year in Brickvale. On the Afri Village phase 2, it's only bulk. We have not started building any houses. So we anticipate maybe to start building houses in the next coming, I'm sure in the next coming 18 months to 20 or 24 months or so.
Le utlwile lotlhe. Ala motho. Ona le potso mme Stimela.
Rra. Ne kopa go botsa gore ga o re in the next 2 weeks, when the exact time? Yeah. Time frame, ke batla gore ke tlhaloganye. And o mpolelle gore okay, after 2 weeks ge ga o sa etse sepe ke etseng nna.
No, ke batla le tlhaloganye. You know, into housing it's sensitive. I also only the case study in mo. And that is why let's no motse ka letso. Because one of the issues that the people raise is gore ba botle le di applications. Ba botle. And in reality, government can only provide for services within available means. I get it. So whatever that is being provided is subject to the availability of resources at the time. I get it. So in that people are, well, in the one project, we think that in the next 2 weeks, there might be a bit of movement. But I want you to bear in mind that there are other people who are applicants, who are also on the waiting line. Again, who might have applied in 96, who might have applied in 97, and then a Mayor Stimela applies in 98. So you need to clear off on those that are next in line. But he says there would be an opening. If there's no greater number of people to be cleared, in accordance with the waiting list, 96 to 99. And obviously, you will prioritize those that applied first. Again, give first in, first out. So the ones by 96, you prioritize them. Second batch, 97. Third batch, 98, and so on. Again, although it's read as one. Again, it's read as one. But he says, if there's an opening, we can then accommodate. There might be a bit of movement that might also include or cover yourself in estimate. That is how I'm understanding it. Again, Mare, it doesn't mean that the business no if you can manage it such that, because I get the petitions there but di fail. Much as we are clearing Zipo, we also want to clear on our part. Because they linger for far too long. You can imagine when somebody has applied for something, our back is 98. Many, many years back. You see? We really also want to clear off. Again. So it would then require some level of proactiveness. Promise about no longer the RDP house. Again. What we don't want to do here is to be overcommitted or no, look at the RDP house in the next 2 weeks. We don't want to make that mistake. Because the next thing in Kusama Kansalara, because of some of these promises. Again. But what we want, Sipo, is that there be a level of a proactiveness. Because at least this matter is now being escalated through the committee. Hore ntwele ya mme Mastimela, le mme Mathango, they are in the radar so that they are not lost in the radar for consideration. Ya utlwa la utlwa mme Mastimela. Because they raise it through us, re batla in the radar of considering. Because later now we follow up. So we'll still be following up with yourselves. Or how far? I get it. But we would appreciate that it doesn't prolong much than would be reasonable. I get it. Notwithstanding the pressures. And of course, reasonability might be subjective under the circumstance. Because it will depend on the objective realities of the process. I get it. So, but follow up. At least you now have got a sense, in the next 2 weeks, there might be an opening. So between the 2 weeks and a month, you start to inquire. You follow through. I get it. You start to inquire. Who is the relevant person for them to inquire from? Who is the relevant person for them to inquire from?
Chair, we've got a customer support in our offices in Mohali, departmental offices.
Okay.
Yeah. So all the information.
Okay, what is your experience in Stimmel?
O itse ba etsang papa ne wa bona ya ka tsare khona le customer service ga o tsena fa re tla ba go re ye go leng o tla fa so nna go tla go ramplele exactly ya jeko gore ya no after 2 weeks ke etseng ga ke tla ka le ke latelle mang.
Yeah, that may be the other difficulty for that we may. But you can deal with that part quickly. You know how you do it? You write to them formally, or we are made aware that you are chasing off people. Don't do that. You see? Again, don't do that. When they say wait a bit, no wait, I get about these things. We also don't want you to be unreasonable. Because you may not be alone. There are multiple interests in so far as housing issues are concerned. I get it. Somebody wait a week and out the following day. You know what happens? Like, who create the traffic go unnecessary. I get it. But you must then deal with the part of the conduct of some of the officials there. Against the temptation, don't do it. Be patient. I'm not sure whether the system is still as functional that notifies people, gives updates. Does it give updates? When there's an opening, would they likely get an update? Or will it depend on them making an inquiry? How would they know?
Chair, as you have Chair, as you have indicated, we work on a first come first serve basis. I'm saying we work on a first come first serve basis. So what then happens is that we look based on the policy. That is why we're saying we send people SMSs. It will be based on the criterion that we have followed. But we also encourage people to come through and to check their statuses. Yeah. We encourage that.
Yeah.
It does not necessarily mean that when you come through, you then get a positive answer. You might have, your neighbor might have benefited and not yourself.
Okay. Yeah, udwa lagere. So, no, yeah, udwa lagere. Ndate bitso are. O tsana di SMS mare. Le lona le khono ikisa go, wagere. Ntshwere ere lore re batlo o la advise ga yona. Go ro skwa kra lo wena o ile every day. Agere. Wa kra o no ya every day a o tswa o no ya go, wagere. Yare e tshonyana le mesebetsi ya batho. So it's okay. I want to take I want to take the last issue. Yamme Shamla. Let's deal with that
See
last
every
issue.
day.
And then we'll take just 5 hands. Just 5 hands. Again. 5 hands. 1, mama, o number 1. O number 2, mama. O number 3. O number 4. O number 5. Mama, again. Ilivile di number, wena we meletse late. Again. Are dile ka issue ya me Shamla. We utlwile gore ntate Pitso. Lunch. Okay, so this is what we are suggesting.
Number 1 is me. No, number 2.
Okay, so lunch. Emambele. Ah, girile 5 hands, man. Why let le ba bantshi? Ke le file di number gere.
1,
Eh mama number 5 go bone.
2.
Ara wa sekolo le rulisa mo fatshe. Ke lo le rulisa mo fatshe gere.
Le tlo senya with
Number 1 o ga ke a mitsi na le mo.
Ke nna.
Eh?
Ke nna number 1 ke.
No, la bona ba no, la
O
ntshwe.
ntshupile ka fala ke re number 1 ke nna.
Ya, o ba le rule mo fatshe ba botle. Rula mo fatshe ba botle. So re tlo etsa bana this thing.
Ka mai.
Dula mo fatshe ba botle. Agarate batho ba sna nnete akere. A o itse ra ba ra o no uta ga sele mo pele. So re lwetsa so. Ro dila ka case ya mme Shamla and then ho tla lunch. After lunch re tlo tsa matsonya na malwa akere. Few. Le bua 2 minutes and then ra laraba. No, wait. So are dile ka case ya mme Shamla and then we take lunch and then we'll come back here for the other ones.
Chair, as I've indicated earlier on, issue Shamla, according to our own records, the late applicant, Mary Bilwan, registered for a house, okay, and was approved for Rodiport Devon Deep project. Rodiport Devon Deep project, not extension 13 Kagiso.
No.
So, what is contained on the petition and what we have obtained on the system are 2 different things.
Kopa botsa something. Okay.
And then after it, would support. Okay. Yeah.
So, then there's an allegation that says the councillor further says, Baba Filenku. I don't want to speak on behalf of the council, but all I can say is that the late was approved on the system. However, the late was not necessarily allocated a house, which is also a similar issue in a sense of saying we've got people that have been approved on the system and not necessarily been allocated. So unless she says there is a house where the mother was actually allocated, which we're not necessarily aware of, because there is no a house that was allocated to me. However, she was approved on a project. I got Devon Deep.
If you mutlule sentle, although re tla mo fa monyetla, o rile she went to your offices, and it is your offices that confirmed that there would have been an allocation. You see. re kopa hore re settleng down akere lona ba ba le setseng ke lona batho ba nnete o ra ba tlo bona hore batho ke batho ba nnete o ba bona after lunch ba boa akere o ra o tla bona hore batho ke batho ba nnete ba boa after lunch batho ba o kry ba tšhabile after lunch o itse gore a se batho ba nnete o na le ntho ene ba e tletse akere o na le ntho ene ba e tletse so ra simolola kere ke batlo tla ka I want to come up with a way forward ne because akere ona le batho ba bangata mara move man akere ona le batho ba bangata ba ile gore ba na le dipotso and so on bo mama go morago wa ke buile le bo mama go morago kwa akere le ba bang akere on housing related matters akere so the way re tlo etsang ka teng because a re batlo tshwenyana le lenaneo la programa rona akere because re na le petition e setseng re batlo e utlwelela e feleletse so ke kopile ntate Pitso gore a kope team ya hae ore mo ntle fela mo ba be tafola and then we allow those that may have issues akere and it's gore ba botlhe akere earlier on we had said 5 maybe we can say 6 because the issues may be more or less the same they relate to housing akere and then team ya ntate Pitso will be outside to take any queries and respond on the spot akere if needs be that they make follow-ups they will do that akere ya utlwana so that we don't take up too much time akere la bona some of our members have got other meetings so it's about the more we prolong others may leave us at least some of the officials akere they may leave us wa kry lo ra lena dikarabo akere ya utlwana so that Pitso you will just indicate who will set up so that they can be identifiable and then rotsa bo mama ona le bo mama ko morao ba kae ya ke iba mo bo mama akere in fact you are not many 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 akere letlano ya montle mo le lo butsa dikara dipotso akere then they will respond to you in respect of the management of processes related. I don't want to say RDP, human settlement, again, because their mandate is broad. It's not only about RDP houses. Agree outral. Marostata kaba toba holo pele. Agree la outral. Rostata kabo ngono pele. And then the rest will follow. So, Sibo, Agiti, Comrade Pitso.
Chair, if you permit, I will actually walk outside. They can follow me outside. Irman Salem Rao.
Okay. So, let us all understand Pitso Mrao Guntager. Yeah. Bo mama, Simulanga bo mama ya. Simulanga bo mama. And then, Baba Letala Telamar prioritize a Matova Hulager. Let's have some mabote because the issues Zalona may be similar. Okay, so re ba tlo tswella pele ka our last petition again. Ke ya go solicit. Solicit. So ntate teano o tlo e bala, and then we follow the same process. Ntse re sala morao akere.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. E re ke check badudi ba Soul City. Okay. So the petition title is Relocation from Informal Settlement Soul City. Registration PP 26D0216 LO. The petitioner is Ms. Maria Koza, an adult female who resides at 122 Bull Brand, Soul City, Kagiso, submitting this petition on behalf of the community of Ward 16 Informal Settlement. The petitioner alleges that the Soul City Informal Settlement has been in existence since 1996. She further alleges that in 2014, the residents of Soul City were informed by Councillor Susan Silaule that they would be relocated to Kagiso Extension 13, and a budget of 10 million rands has been set aside for this relocation. She further alleges that the planned relocation, according to the councillor, was scheduled to take place in June 2015, but it has not been the case. Furthermore, she alleges that the former mayor councillor Calvin Serrani had a meeting with the community members in July 2015 and informed them that they would be relocated to Kagiso Extension 13, Sterkfontein, Chief Mohale, Western Area, and Mulder's Drift, Plot 39, respectively in December 2015, but the relocation did not take place. As a result, she alleges that the community members no longer want to move, but instead want their area to be developed and for the municipality to provide basic services such as water, electricity, and sanitation. In terms of progression, Chair, the petition was referred to Mohale City and the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements and to the Portfolio Committee on Cocktail Human Settlements for oversight on the 29th February 2016. Thank you, Chair.
Ntate rather me Koza we. Wena o mo emeletse?
Yeah.
Wena kwana mang ntate?
Ke Councillor Jonas Moraba.
Jonas?
Octavius
Oc-
Moraba.
Octavius.
Octavius
Octavius.
Moraba.
Moraba.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, me Koza.
Hey, I think it's about Buamaka because I just got a call. Ki represent Soul City from Petition Committee.
Petition e mara wa itse.
Yes.
Wa we ka yona.
Yeah.
Ona le batho ba ma Soul City. All the. So, o confirm the contents tsa teng Ntate Octavius.
That's true.
Okay. Ka mo lefapheng ke mang a tlo re respondelang? Okay. Ikitsise rre and then o re fe karabo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Ketsi Mageta from Mohale City. In response, Ketsi Mageta. In response, Chair, this petition was previously addressed and the response was sent on the 11th of November 2017 to Mr. Stephen Rahwala by the former Western Regional Head of Gauteng Department of Human Settlement, Mr. Thabane Mngango. It suffices to say that currently Mohale City Local Municipality, in conjunction with ESCOM, has electrified the informal settlement.
Ah, wena wa bala man.
Yes, of which I get this the response.
Ake nyake motho wa bala man. Wa itse re ke go etseng ke nyaka gore fe o re nopolele dintlha man. A o ka bala. Ape this thing we balang it's too long. O bala ntotle.
It's not long, it's very short. It's minimal, it's very short.
Oh,
It's a small
na
response.
a ke re nna ke bona e nngwe a shi ina le 20 pages.
No, not that one. This is the response. It's very short.
Oh, man, I want to get now. All right, sure.
Yes. It's suffice to say that currently Mohale City, in conjunction with ESCOM, we have electrified the Soul City Informal Settlement for future development of the area, and basic services are being provided to the community of Soul City. Mohale City is in ongoing discussions with GPF and HDA regarding possible of institute development of these other informal settlements through the upgrade of informal settlements. Chair, we have attached previous replies from Mr. Tabangango as annexures to the response. However, it was never intended to relocate.
Aga utlwa nna wa itse. Wa itse ha o bala a ke re nako wa bona o bala ka speed or the petition was previously addressed in the response and was that one by the former Western region. So are going to follow up?
Chair, let me be slow.
Yeah.
I'm saying the petition was previously addressed on the 11th of November, 2017. And the responses were sent to Mr. Rahwala. It's Stephen Rahwala. It was responded by the former regional head of Gauteng Human Settlements, Mr. Tabane Mwango. And Mogale City, in conjunction with ESCOM, has electrified Soul City informal settlement. It is electrified. Even there is, we installed water standpipes and sanitation. Yes. Therefore, in actual fact, Soul City was not supposed to be relocated to extension 13. The actual informal settlement is the one next to Soul City due to a court order that we received to relocate a Chudo shaft, which is next to Soul City, not Soul City itself. But Soul City, we are going to upgrade it right where it is currently. Hence, the informal settlement has been electrified, basic services are being provided, Chair. I can further state that everything that was required to be done by the municipality was done, and people who are remaining on the land that was supposed to be, the families were supposed to be relocated. Basically, because of some of them don't qualify, but from the open spaces of people that we took out from Soul City and took them to extension 13, we are taking those non-qualifiers and put them in those open spaces. Or at least they should have standpipes, electricity, and so forth, Chair. I don't know if that covers everything. Okay, let my colleague assist me here.
Thanks, Chair. As my colleague have mentioned, Soul City is not a formalized, and we don't have park. All what we are providing will be your temporary service in terms of water and sanitation. But what we can confirm currently is that.
Why is it the meeting inside the meeting? Bomme, I was all sit. I get la bona ho fanuwa ka dikarabo lona la bua mole. Le tshwere puo ya lona. Le tlo ntato la fetsa e be le re no he mare a o bui tsona enyenye a buile nni a kere re kopa re le utlweleng he le fiwa di report a kere re le kopetse di report tse mara ha di buisiwa lona le buella ka bolona re tseng re tlwele meeting re tlwele ntato wa ikele hae maybe ne le re maybe re tsamaye. Okay, sorry, that.
No, thanks, Chair. What I wanted to say was that society is not, we don't have bulk. However, as my colleague said, is that we are engaging with other spheres of government, especially on the upgrade of informal settlement program, to see whether can that program be assisted in terms of formalization, as the call has been made to say, society needs to be formalized. So I cannot say yes, the program is in place, but there are those engagement. But in the interim, there are processes that have been provided, especially in the form of water, sanitation, and electricity.
I regret that you want to come in. Okay.
Afternoon, Chair, colleagues. Chairperson, I will speak in English. All protocol observed. My name is Ikena Okeke. I'm responsible for Ikena Okeke. Ikena. It's spelled I-K-E-N-N-A. Yes. I'm responsible for informal settlement in the province. So, Chairperson, the province have appointed a PRT last financial year. That was towards end of financial year, October, November last year. Sorry, I'm a bit under the weather, so my apologies. So we have appointed last year, late last year, October, November, somewhere there, 10 PRTs throughout the province. 10 professional, 10 PRTs.
Break it down, because people may not understand what you are talking about.
We have appointed a professional resource team that is dealing with upgrading of informal settlement. There are 72 in all. And in Mohale City, Seoul City happens to be one of them. The confusion came in where at the time of appointment, the name of the PRT is actually, by the way, M Corner. The name is M Corner. So they had gone to Mfuleni. There is another Seoul City there. So they started from there until they discovered that they were not supposed to be working in Mfuleni. So they came back to Mohale City. There's another PRT who is doing Mfuleni. So at the time they came here, they did confirm that they haven't had a breakthrough in terms of communication. They have requested for some information. But I don't think it's a problem with the municipality. What I would do is I would take it as a responsibility that by next week. Sorry?
I'm not sure why there's a lot of movement, because it's disrupting us.
Yeah.
Oh, Mama, leho a ditulo, a re sa utlwa.
Chairperson, can I finish? Then they can ask questions.
No, there's an issue there, man, about chairs. Ntate, Malome, o se kwa tshwenya batho, re ka mara meeting. Tloela ditulo, re ka mara meeting. Sorry for that.
Not a problem. So, like I was saying, the PRT by the name M Corner, they were here, but they were not able to get through in terms of securing information to be able to analyze the information. So what is there, what the municipality is stating is correct. They have done a number of studies there. What I discovered is that you have different, so we have category A, category B1, and then category B2. There are 3 reports that are there. This PRT is supposed to go in there and then be able to reconcile all of this report and then say this is a verified category in terms of NASP. That's National Upgrading of Informal Settlement. So once they've done this and arrive at a specific categorization, then part of their responsibility is also to take the settlement up to phase 3. That's detailed design. When they get to phase 3, if the layout is approved, they will go on to a detailed design. And then they would also take a responsibility of managing the installation of, they won't be installing the services, but another contractor or PRT would be doing that while they are responsible for managing the process. So that's where we are currently. Next week, we would engage the municipality together with the PRT to open up that gap for information sharing and communication where they are able to get into the settlement and assess the By the way, how it works, we have a different business plan. So the human settlement has got 3 different business plans. So one talks to HSDG, that's for top structure. The second one, which is your ISUPG, deals with informal settlement. And then there's the one for the title deed. So the one for your informal settlement, for you to budget for a particular settlement, you need to have undertaken a study, which is your upgrading of informal settlement. In the absence of that, you are supposed to have at least an interim report to deal with that. If you don't have this, the national department will not approve that business plan. So there is a rapid assessment that was done. And those are the reports that I was talking about, that there is one that talks to category A. The other one, category A, says you can upgrade. There is no issue there. Category B1, you can also upgrade. Category B2, you can upgrade. You need to relocate. Category C, you also need to relocate. So it means we would assess that and then come to terms on what is actually here in terms of category. Then we'll take it from there. The PRT have been appointed to take this process up to phase 3, like I did indicate earlier. So this would be by next week. I'll meet with the municipality. We will share exchange contact details. We'll meet with them, have a meeting with the PRT to open up that relationship with the municipality so that they will be able to have access to the community. So what I would plead with the community is to please allow and cooperate with the PRT to be able to do their job and then come up with an upgrading plan, which then allows us to do your pre-planning, your layout, which they would also, it will be workshop, the layout. So the PRT is going to engage them. There will also be public participation and all of those processes leading to the final product, which is the actual upgrading, where you have either an alternative solution while the process of the bulk is then being resolved, as the municipality suggested. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Did you hear him? Allowed. Ndate kgetsi o tla summarize. So I want to check with our petitioners, Ndate Octavius. But I'll tell you something that worries me, Ike. And this is notwithstanding the movement now. So there is somewhat of a movement. But it comes 6 years later. You know, which makes us really concerned. And we're also worried about some of the silly mistakes. And I wonder why, when PRTs are appointed, they wouldn't know where they are designated to be operational. Surely they should know, because they are appointed formally. You know. So if you will, it's a contract. And a contract specifies that you can't find people in Mfuleni who are supposed to be doing work in Mohale, because the scope is not the same. Yes, there may be communal things, but it's not the same. So any project is unique in its own makeup and as per its own terms and conditions. So I worry. You actually made me more worried. Just by virtue of some of these shortcomings, which were not even supposed to happen. And I suspect could have possibly played a role in the delays. Maybe not the only one, but of course there may be other causal factors. And that is why when you see Batobako solicit, they may not be as trusting that things will get delivered within the set time frames. Because again, we will have created a social distance where we were supposed to take them into confidence. We never did that. You know? So we're just about worried about some of those revelations. Of course, it's always exciting to hear a report that says we're moving, you know? But we're of the view that it must also be accompanied by some level of a commitment, turnaround commitment, so that it's no longer managed loosely. We don't want this thing to be managed loosely. Because just when we assume that there'll be delivery within a reasonable time course, we may find ourselves here in the next 6 years. And there will be a conjuring of other reasons as to why there were further delays. It worries us. It really worries us. So, Eric Chagalabondate, Octavius, are you alone? Yeah,
but think of it.
Okay.
But let me handle this. Kaleboha Chair. Into anything, I'm so disappointed. Mutimunya Rona Yamahale or Timuniti Buahana non Fanofa. This petition is December 2015. Kyohana Hotlaka respond after 6 years. Into anything, we don't trust anything because Babuila Kataba ya relocation at Tudor Shaft. But if you can read the petition, there is no way more mentioning about Tudor Shaft. The petition alien thing in front of us, Ibuaka Soul City, Ward 16 informal settlement. Into every buankia hore, we have been waiting, repromise on Dozenga hore creating and all these other things, up until the community itself. It decided hore. Now we are tired of the false promises. We want that place to be formalized. We want that place to be developed. Hore batho ba rona, if possible, bakona. Habare abatla baagele. Bare if khonagala ba ikagele. Into eba e tlhokang fale. Bare ba tlhoka di services is like electricity, metsi, le running sewer. Kinto tse gore ba tlhoka tsone. So, in 2014, the studies but unfortunately, we never got the results of the studies. And into Ellen, that is why Batvarona, Barry, Bakopa, that place is formalized officially. When that ever feta go bua ka taba ya motlakase. Ha ke tsebe gore a ba ile ba ya ko Soul City na. Or ba e bua fela ba e utlwa mo mepeng or somewhere else. Ntho e leng teng motlakase ke nnete ba tsentse part ya Soul City. Another part ha ena motlakase as we speak. A day before yesterday, our executive mayor analoko Soul City just to switch on to celebrate whatever se nka re bitsang gore ke sone. While our people are still crying, balela motlakase. Even hote motlakase o kene, more than half, that 1,388, they are not even lighting at this present moment. Into Ellington, that this petition ha ya kopele, e re kopa metsi. If the place is developed, there's no need for obey stand pipe but to buy stand pipe. We want that or jarta in a pipe, in a running water. Because water can to a basic need. To Soul City mo petitioning ena, go buile ka taba ya sanitation. If the place can be developed, go ra gore re ka kgona go kry-a a proper sanitation, re ka kgona go kry-a a running sewer, not into e leng gore re kopana le yone gonano ya di-chemical toilets tse e leng gore di tlile ko Soul City. Sometimes ha company sa patalwa ba fetsa 2 weeks ba sa drain, e leng gore it's a problem to us ya ka baduli ba Soul City. So ke kopa gore whatever se ba se buang gompieno fanofa, we don't have trust mo go bone gore ka nnete ba tlo go fulfilla whatever se ba se buileng. If we have been waiting for more than 6 years, gore ba tle ba re fe di answer, how long should we wait again? Gore re tsebe gore ntho e ba e buang today ba tle go e implementa to that place. E re ke felle for Chair, if gona le mongwe e ka te ba tshaba go tla ka mo pele ka fa. Le right.
Okay. Maybe before then, I'm struggling to understand the situation. That the in Soul City, around exactly, because I tried to read through, and then there's that mention of a two-door shaft. And is two-door shaft part of Soul City? Okay, so you will answer that, and then when we talk about electrification, have we satisfied ourselves that it would have been for the whole of Soul City, or is it in part? Did we electrify maybe one section, or is it the whole? You know, what is the issue? So that you know that when the bid high level became too technical, and so we might have missed some of the salient points. But moreover, because they are not in the report. So what we may want to do in that you may want to have that feature of what you will have presented forming part of the report. So it must be incorporated in the report. Because the report that we have doesn't give much sense to what is happening. And that is why earlier on when you were reading it, I said, hey, don't read this thing. Yeah, well, because we don't necessarily have a firm grasp of what is happening there. You know? So what petitioners are saying, and you see this is the part we couldn't necessarily reconcile as against your response. That the party, maybe you can explain it in simple terms. Ne? Is that the petitioners Baramorona, Soul City, we were told that we were going to be relocated and that there's a budget for it. Again. So maybe we must deal with those elementary issues first. Sure.
Maybe before Ndate Phake responds, I just wanted to check something because the petitioner is saying half the area is not even okay, Chair, the petitioner is saying not even half the area is electrified. So maybe before Ndate Phake responds, just wanted to check from the petitioner. Maybe he can respond before Ndate Phake responds. Yes, I understand that the petitioner is saying, yes. Now he's saying not even half of the 1,388 shacks or households are not electrified. Just wanted to check, when they submitted this petition in 2016, how many households or shacks were there in 2016? Because now it looks like they are 1,388. Thank you.
Okay, no, I don't have the actual count, ne? But in Soul City as a whole, we've got more than 2,500 households. In Soul City, Recently, but ile ba counter dintlo tse 1,388 ba reka di boxes. Ba di bitsa keng di box, the ready box. Say 1,388. And they left the other part. There's not even a single pole AMA. Mo dintlong tse re buang ka tsona, go na le dintlo tse ngata. Even my, ke dula ko Soul City, ke modula wa Soul City, I'm the ward councillor ya Soul City. Ha ke na even a box, ha ke na le thapo e tsena mo mokhukhung wa ka or mo ntlong ya ka. To show gore ha ba re ba electrifyile the whole of Soul City. That is not true. The better part of Soul City, it is not electrified. So, Leone ke kopa gore.
Was there possibly invasions post the 2016?
Since 2016, ke nnete batho ba ntse ba kena ba tswa. Because go na le batho ba ifiunyana ba ntse from Soul City, ba iswa ko extension 13.
No, it's why go this thing. I agree. You know, informal settlement, they rapidly expand in size.
Yeah.
So what we are trying to get a sense of is whether it might have been, because it sounds as if you are making an acknowledgement that there would have been houses that would have been electrified. Are you saying that? And then the current state of things is that the bigger part of Soul City might not be electrified. So I'm asking the question whether there might have possibly been an expansion of the settlement, such that anybody looking in from the outside will say, "I Soul City, I electrify."
Okay. No, thank you.
Sure.
Erike Beyana, ne? Nka comfortable ke me ka maoto. Taba kgolo ke ya gore taba e ya electricity ya go electrify Soul City e simolotse last year ka May, last year ka May, ne? So since 2016 up until now, batho ba sapane e le the very same households. Ha gona di jarta, ha gona party e ntšha e tseneng, except ntho e leng teng ke ya gore ba simolotse go electrify ka 2021 ka May. Since that time, go fitlhela gona no, ke gone ba ne ba switcha on a day before yesterday. So nto e leng teng if le gore ba countile go tloga ka 2016, nka e ba ntse ba kry-ile a right number ya di-stand tse ba di electrify. So ha ke ba botsa gore why ba tlogetse another part, because I was so concerned gore why another part e leng gore ke extension 3 yone e sa electrifyiwa. Ba mpolella gore it was not on the map the time ha ba tla go etsa map wa Soul City. Motho o ne atla, it's like haitsi o tsa gore extension 3 is separated from Soul City. That doesn't make sense. Even the residents of Soul City, they are up on their feet because nto eo iba utlwisa botlhoko ba bona another party e lighter bone ba sa light. So ke kopa ba bankanye taba tsa bona.
Okay. O ga re start to e tlhalwanya ba. Ntate Kgetsi, so we asked those questions. Maybe if you can just respond to them or Ntate Party. I'm not sure which one.
Thanks, Chair. Just maybe to confirm information here is one councillor. The total estimation here households ago Soul City before intervention at the relocation to the shaft would have estimated it around 3,000 households. And I'm going to attempt to respond to the electrical one, even though it's not us who's implementing it, it's our sister department infrastructure. In the beginning of them planning for electrification, they approached us as informal settlement or human settlement, and we worked with them around the numbers and the maneuvering of the informal settlement. So our assumption was that based on the numbers that they would have received, as Councillor says, estimated around 2.5 households, they would have planned for that entire, because it doesn't make sense to can electrify a portion and leave the rest, because obviously there's a recipe for chaos. But I could then assume that the reason why they couldn't have electrified everything at a go, it is because of the issue of budget. But I think initially when we planned with them, the intention was to say they would have electrified the entire informal settlement. Coming to the issue of the questions, because it was difficult, I assume people who crafted the response, it was difficult because the questions, the way they are crafted, it's a bit confusing as well. That's why my colleague would have tried to explain where the issue of the relocation started. The issue of relocation started when the matter of Tudor Shaft was in the courts, and there was a court order to say we needed to relocate people of Tudor Shaft to an alternative site, because where there was people of Tudor Shaft. My colleague tried to explain that if the informal settlement is one big informal settlement, you won't see the boundary, but within that big informal settlement, you find Tudor Shaft, you find Soul City, you find Bullbrand, all of them, they are in one, and there's no line that divides them. So the only reason why we would have worked on the issue of Tudor Shaft as a priority for relocation, it was on the basis that the studies showed that people had built their shacks on top of a mine dump, which was at a higher level of radiation. So the issue was that we then had to urgently find a plan to remove people from where they were, not the entire informal settlement, but the Tudor Shaft people where they were, and those came as a result of Extension 13 being conceptualized, wherein, as we speak, we would have taken more than 400 people or families from Tudor Shaft into Extension 13 as part of responding to the court order. However, there would be those that were left behind, precisely because the houses were not enough to allocate everyone. Secondly, there would have been those that did not qualify. And how do we deal with qualification? Because you can only allocate upon a qualification. So that's what my colleague was trying to explain, that those that did not qualify, we had to work out a plan to say how do we manage them so that at the end of the day, we would have removed people from the land that is not conducive for them to be staying. However, when we were in the process of implementing or planning for the relocation of Tudor Shaft, the community, because when you call a meeting, it is not only Tudor Shaft community that comes, it's the entire community. The whole issue of relocation then started to come about to say, no. Relocate the entire Soul City, the entire informal settlement, which was not initially the plan of council. The plan was to relocate only a portion from Tudor Shaft. However, having listened to the plea from the community to say relocate the entire community or formalize us, that's when the plan then will have to be adjusted to say. What is the size of this of the community? Like I said, we estimated it initially at around 3,000 households, but because we would have moved for plus minus 400, I assume when we move people, no one came into those spaces, but we can roughly say we could be around 2,500 households that are there. So the whole issue was then when the implementation of Tudor Shaft was happening and the relocation thereof, the call came so strongly from the community to say, can we be formalized where we are? Because it's not everyone who's going to move to Tudor Shaft. And those issues were listened to, but because we never had means of doing that, that's why we had to upgrade the services.
And I'm sorry to be doing that. Formalized where? In Soul City?
The entire informal settlement now.
So does it then, because you know the issue around the precarious spacing of where Tudor Shaft was. It's a very dangerous thing. So if you manage to move 400, you said you moved 400, isn't it? Yeah. Eh? No, 4, roughly run about. And then later on, others remain because there was no adequate provisioning to where they would be moved. So what does it then mean? Does it now mean with those that remained? Yeah, no. So there are those that remained amidst the danger of the space, and possibly it might be that there were other people who also came in that space. And now the community says, well, your initial thought process was that you were going to relocate the entirety of Soul City. But then there was a realization that it may not necessarily be feasible or practical. Rather formalize us. So when you formalize, does it also include Tudo Shaft?
No, it does not.
It does not.
Tudo Shaft, remember, as I said, Tudo Shaft, we worked closely with environmental guys to identify for us which are the ones that needs to be moved first because of the sensitivity of.
So there's nobody there.
On the main core dam, there is.
Also, they are on the outskirts.
Most that are there will be almost at the periphery of the dam, which we say still they need to be relocated because the scientists have said because with rain and all that, the seepage can spread throughout the land, so they could still be affected. But we were then advised to say you may need to start with these ones because these are the most seriously affected ones. So basically what we are saying is that on those that would have remained, which is not a big number, we then concluded to say when we relocated to 13, there would have been those that were taken also from Soul City, which was not a priority area because of their age or their special cases. So we then said, because once we move a shack or a family within a street of shacks, you create that space that could be occupied. We then agreed with the councillor that the mitigation would take those that are from Soul to the shaft that would have been left, move them onto Soul Street where it's lesser risky, so that then we manage the spacing of it from being occupied later on. But as we speak now, option was also made through the intervention of the department to say, of all those that have remained, those that are willing to go to Rand West, as it was said earlier on, let them come forward, but it was not everyone that came forward. Some of them came, some days they refused to come, they said they would want to stay within Mogala City. So in that case, we may not force people to do that, but the intention still remains, Chair, to say, at the end of the day, as human settlement, we need to clear up that space so that we can hand over the space to an environmentalist to go and do the test to check whether the levels are at what levels of acceptability that we are able to then can even inform whether the relocation or not the formalization of the society is feasible. Because as we speak now, there is a demand for formalization, but that could be better than if we would have done scientific tests to say whether Soul City is it at risk or not. So that when we take this into formalize, we know that we don't put people further into danger. But be that as it may, we would have been able to provide services from way back. Those services may not have been sufficient because of the influx. You know, you plan for 100, 3 months down the line, people are 300, then you need to upgrade those services. As we speak now, our sister department infrastructure, they are working on that plan to ensure that their services are able to cater for all those that are within the space. And they subsequently even have to put budget aside for the electrification of the informal settlement. So indeed, there are attempts to do that. And I'm speaking not only linking my input to Ike's input, because Ike's input comes as a result of the call made to say, we need formalization, but before you formalize, you need to do studies, which Ike's input speaks to that, to say they will be bringing in service providers to look into the feasibility. And once the feasibility is done and the mappings are properly located, then we will then know to what extent our intervention will be able to cater for the people that are remaining in the Soul City area. Chair, I thought that would assist in terms of clarity. Thanks.
So there's a feasibility assessment that needs to be undertaken. What is the turnaround time, Ike? You might have mentioned it, we may have missed it. Do we have the turnaround times?
Chair, the appointment is for 36 months. This is including your detailed design, but that 36 months will not hold. That I can promise you. 36 months. So it's a 3-year staff. That's inclusive of detailed design and installation.
So has it commenced or is it still in the pipeline?
It's commenced. The PRT is already on the ground. And by the way, the PRT, part of the component of what the PRT is doing also comes with social facilitation. So the social facilitator will be able to deal with some of these issues that are there in terms of, are you going to relocate or not relocate? So the PRT will be able to do the assessment and then reconcile whether there are different categories within the settlement, whether it's category A or B1 or B2. So part of the determining factor there would be the land of some of these invaded area. It will determine whether or not the land is owned by the municipality or is owned by the province.
Oh,
So
it's okay. Maybe let's not labor it because I just wanted to get us. So when did you appoint the PRTs?
we appointed them in November, December 2021. 2021-22 financial year. That's last year.
So if we say 36 months,
The 36 months, I don't want you to hold to that 36 months. So
it might be concluded
we would,
before.
the planning process, I can commit the fact that by next year, all things being equal, if municipality are upon submission of the application, if the MPT does not delay the necessary, normally the process would take roughly between 6 months and 14, 15 months, somewhere there. So if, because there are legislative timelines which you need to observe. So give or take, if things go well and we are getting good response from the municipality and sector department, because the application obviously will be circulated. Roads and transport, all of them environmental, they will need to give their input. If we don't have to go a full environmental impact assessment, if it's just, if we get a waiver, then it becomes quicker. But if we don't get an exemption, it might take longer, but we will try where we can to expedite the process. So give or take, if things go well, the planning process by end of next year, we should have that part at least done. Possibly the detailed design. But let's meet with the PRT by next week, iron out whatever the issues are, then we'll be able to run. And the community will also be notified through the councillor. We would have PAC meetings on a regular basis. Once every milestone is achieved, we would have a PAC meeting to look at the plan. It will be workshopped. And once they give their input, we will proceed.
So meanwhile, what are we saying in that part? We are saying there are temporary services which are being provided for.
Yes.
Access to ablution facilities.
Yes.
Water.
Yes.
Okay.
Those are chemical toilets that is currently being provided.
So essentially you are saying you can't engage in any blocking process or formalization up until the outcomes of that feasibility.
Yes, because the plan, the upgrading plan is actually what directs us. It tells us what to do, which areas are not feasible, which areas are feasible for upgrading. Like we are saying, there is category A, B. If the upgrading plan comes out and say, this area is category B2, they would have mapped that place. They would have mapped it to say, this section cannot be upgraded. The people here will need to relocate.
Yeah, I remember you spoke about those categories earlier on.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much. So, Ndate Octavius, that is what we are receiving. That there are some potential risks, and that is why those that will have inhabited to those shafts will have had to be relocated. And that is why there was also an involvement of the Department of Environmental Affairs. but they essentially are saying they may have to do an entire scan of a soul seat, which would obviously come through the feasibility assessment. And they are giving those time frames. For the planning phase, I'm sure we'll learn that they. But that meanwhile, whilst they await the finalization of that process, they will continue to render those services. And so maybe we must probe whether these services are far wide and far reaching to cater to the residents of a soul seat, you know. I'm not sure whether you have got any views insofar as what has been now presented by the pattern and that week. And then maybe we can take 2 hands, because we want to wrap up 2 hands from the community. Let's do community one. You are organized. Yeah, so we are not going to take more than 2. We are only going to take 2. Or maybe let's give them an opportunity. Who is the eldest? Okay. I would say Mama more, because Mama may have a more historical record. And then we take a younger one. We'll take you, Sesine. And then we'll conclude with you. So we'll do 3. You, the gray shirt, gray t-shirt. You are organized. So let's spread it across. Mama, we're only going to give you 3 minutes each. We had said to them we'll be finished by 5. Already said about paga. We don't want to delay anybody.
Sanibonani cabinet yaseMokhale City. Okokuqala nje bendifuna ukwazi apha ku Lobhuti uba kanti ezi project bazenzayo ze housing ziyadifara na, esinqobile zange sifakelwe ama solar geyser ene yiyo qala isinqobile. Kwazoza phase 2 and phase 3 ayinama solar geyser. Lo ma solar geyser ayefakwa uDavid Litsiye. Enokwesibini lento ebeyithetha lo bhuti ayikho. Xa besibhalisa eWest Rand thina sibhalisela izindlu, ububhalisa ngecertificate somntana, ukugcwalisa isubsidy form usigcwalisa ngecertificate somntana. Uba lo mntana lowo abe yi-beneficial maungasekho.
Mama, re batlo focus avela on ntwa soul seat. Soul seat. Re ditse ka di-petitions tse ding. So re focus tse moya soul seat.
Bendifuna ugqithisa nje le ibindihlupha nandinqanda andayigqithisa.
Igqibele mama ke.
So lento bayithethayo yokuthi umuntu ma etshonile abantwana bakhe abafumana indlu ayikho. Manditshonile mna bayahamba baye ecourt bokwenza i-letter of authority. Aba bantwana bashiyekileyo babazokwazi babe zi-beneficiaries zalindlu. So ngalendlela eyenzeka ngayo, that's why abantu abaningi bekhala mabetshonile izindlu zabo abantwana babo bangazifumani. Ngoba umntana uzawuhamba yobhalisa kuthiwe ugogo wakho wayebhalisile akasafumani indlu ngoba kaloku ithathiwe. Ndiyabonga.
Okay, norelebuyile mama. Ba le tlo bua re batla batho ba soul seat. Re batla bua ka issue tsa go soul seat. So ne re tsere wena ke re mama Ausi, e be re tsa le mama, e be re tsa le rreola. A re tseba bantši. A ke re le tswa pleke 1. Wena o tswa ko kae? O tswa kae? O tswa ko kae? 15 ke go soul seat. My brother, re deala ka petition na soul seat. No, outside to Soul City. Arova space. No. Re deal like a petition at which is really about Soul City. Yeah, so I asked you a question or also Soul City or no. I get it. O phela le batho ba go Soul City. Yeah, mara o sa dule Soul City o phela le batho ba teng. Re ka so a o nne go teng. Yeah, no, a o sa nne go teng re ka so fe chance my brother. O tshwana motho a re ke bolelela batho ba go Alexander a nna Pretoria. A o a re bereke bjang. Irrespective, a o nne go teng my brother. You don't stay there. So re fa batho ba Soul City. Batho ba Soul City ba kae? Yeah. My sister, re no dile wena rasa akere mama ha go no. So re tla fa le mama mo want to black and white lo wena ne. 3 minutes each. Re batla batho ba Soul City.
Eric Lebogeche, my name is Kechura. I'm from Soul City. I'm speaking on my own accord. Kore ke kopa le ntletleleng. Ke tlile ntate a bua ka agency ya go remove Tudo Shafti because they were in danger. We understood that. Mare, ke ipotsa gore because ko Soul City, go na le di danger le ko teng. I remember years back, no go na le mokhukhu o mongwe so mokhukhu o wa teng o ile wa barasega ka mogare ke part ya Soul City, not Tudo Shaft. Mayor, a former mayor, Calvin Siran, ile atla agently kana ko ya teng kana ko ne mokhukhu o barasegile. So nna ke utlwa ke sa understand gore if ever ne go bua ka Tudo Shaft ka di dangers tsa teng, whereas part ya Soul City le yone in all those dangers rona re etsang ha go le yalo. Because at this moment, rona re le badudi ba Soul City, ha re sa tshepa nix, especially re bua ka department ya housing, ha re sa tshepa nix. Also a while back, ka nako ya di IDP, I remember former mayor ene Calvin Serrano, o ile atla ko Soul City ka nako ya di IDP. A bua ka gore go tlo ba le development ka bo Lerato Nodal. You know, I remember this because I was so sold. Kili sold out to yo. Now we are moving. We are going somewhere. Also, your Nentoya Rato Nodal, il published your newspaper and said different. There'll be a project by Beats and Rato Nodal. There will be this, there will be this. I'm saying this because now I was so sold. Yes, at least some sort of a development. Years later, my sister,
I think we got the gist. So when you are essentially saying you would have preferred that you were relocated. Essentially, you are saying, hey, nah.
Yes.
What
I'm saying,
no, we will listen. We started listening to when now you may not necessarily be of the view that you must remain and the place must be formalized. You want to be relocated. You see, that is the essence of what you are saying.
Yes, that's what I'm
I
saying.
agree for 3 minutes because
That's what I'm saying.
My sister
Thank you.
Yeah, Arve Omo Munyet. Ranopo like we are just giving highlights.
Na ki mashobi thata ka hore ntate o appearing jacket e khaki are o temporarily hore ba relocate ko Soul City, but my point ke hore the more Soul City ntse e le tenyana ba tsenya bometsi ba tsenya bomatlakase mme go sena tswello pele epe e re bonang. Nna ke ne ke kopa gore ba sa re rona batho ba Soul City ba re formalize re dule mo re leng teng ka gore ke lebeletse gore government ya rona or batho ba rona ha ba tsenya dilo no yana ditšhelete tse ba re di dirisa tsa go tsenya motlakase ko Soul City tšhelete ya teng e ntsi thata le metsi a ba tsenyang ko Soul City mme ba sentse ba re bolella gore ba sentse ba tle go tla ko Soul City once ke ba sa e formalize ka gore o ka se diragatse dilo tse o di dirang ko pleke mme o bolella batho ba pleke gore pleke ya bone ke informal settlement mar o tsaya ditšhelete tse dintsi o ntse o di dira ko informal settlement ra sokola ga gona gape ka di-toilete tsone at least dithenke tse ba di beileng ko Soul City ga nka ba tseile ba re tsenyetsa metsi le toilete gongwe ka be go le botoka ke a leboga.
Okay. You try it, ma'am. So mama and I no. Relocation may not necessarily be an option. Let's formalize. Again. Arutlo wena my sister.
Dumelang bagolo. Lebitso la ka ke Nthabiseng Selotlego from Ward 16 Soul City. I wish I had enough time to go ntsha di complaints tsa rona but we don't have ke tla tlhompa nako e ke filweng ke chair wa session. Soul City problem ke gore every time when service delivery comes there are no completion. Go na le di toilet, the toilets were 578 but we only receive 500 and it's been a long now. We've been using 500 toilets, 78 toilets, where are they? And no one is saying nothing about it because it's informal. So I want to say to you, the officials, you guys are looking down on us because we are from informal. Every time you guys look up.
My sister, or who shot the toilet?
The toilet, which is 578. We've been using 500. 78 lo gona no ga ise.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ke a move mo go ewa ya no. And then the engwe ke ya motlakase ya electricity. Nna ke tlo go bua nnete fela ba go last time motho ntetsa re ne ke rasa ko radio ke tlo go rasa le fa gape. Ko Soul City most of batho ba dulang ko teng, most of them are non-South African. Those motlakase dinane ke kopa go botsa gore di non-South African a dina le maphepha go ka tsenyetswa di box tsa motlakase na because ba tsenyeditswe while our people ba sa kreya di box tsa motlakase. On top of that e be go na le cut of ribbon ya gore motlakase ya no wa light o tlo go lighta bomang ba ba lightang because our people ha ba tsenyetswa di box tsa motlakase and that's why ke re every time in our informal go etsiwa gore go fedile go sa fela while budget e tswile for mosebetsi o wa otlhe but go diriwa di piece go informal re kopa go lokiseng ba gaetswa lutle go di officing tsa rona and re fe di number tsa lona ne because re na le magwara ke batla lo bolella maka West Rand rona itletse ka magwara le re fe number tsa lona na ke mind go ya legislature ka taxi re lo bua le lona face to face.
Thank you very much my sister. Ager re letse re ba botle le utlwile ager ndate phate le utlwile di issues tsa bona ager my sense ke batla le botsa ntshong e ke detecta and I may be speculating. My brother Octavius, it seems as if there may be people who are concerned about the potential risks identified in Tudo Shaft. And they may be of the view that, hey, what if, below the soil, they might have also manifested into Soul City. So the geographics of the spread. I get it? Then, and as a result of them, formulating around those risks, they then come to a conclusion or, hey, why is that relocated? Because at any rate, it seems as if it would have been part of the initial thought process. I get it? Then the others who say, you know what? The Jaradile, it's been years. We have been there. We have settled nicely there. There hasn't been any issues. And this is notwithstanding the possibility of those risks still being there. But be that as it may, the other thought process is that why can't they just formalize this place? It's been there for the longest of time. You see? So there are two outlooks, if you will, or two views around this matter. That's the sense that we're getting. How do you determine suitability for Soul City being a formal residential area? Or how do you determine that there needs to be relocation? The department says we need to do a feasibility assessment. Again, to determine. So the only thing that can be able to accurately inform what happens to Soul City, it's the feasibility assessment. Maragizur Lutlule Ike says something quite unique. Well, don't assume that it will be either of the extremes, because it may not necessarily be that. Based on the scan, the feasibility scan that they will conduct, it might happen that certain sections of Soul City can be remained, whilst others are relocated because of the potential of risk and danger. Because if we foster or no, like it's the case of silicosis, where people were staying in an area, they started to die one by one. People started to die. So, Ike says the feasibility might reveal suitability. And unfortunately, only up until then, they may not necessarily be able to, number one, relocate, number two, formalize. So neither of the preferred options. I get it. So for those that may have said relocate, it can happen. For those that will have said formalize, it still can happen. Everything is a subject of the feasibility assessment, which at least has already been started. So we ask a question, planning at least we learn, or by the fall of the forthcoming year, it will have been undertaken. It might even be less in their own explanation. I get it. So now, Octavius, what I want to suggest, and without undermining your own views and preference, what I want to suggest is that maybe let's give this process an opportunity. We know your frustrations. We understand them. But meanwhile, it doesn't mean the department can facilitate the provision of quality services. No? So issues around access to water, maximize. There's now an allegation that you would have committed to provide 578 ablution toilets, and that there's only 500. And because of the pressures of the size of the community, it might not be as practical. You see? So there are those pressures that we may have to respond to. And of course, the other bone of contention can be electricity. And as you were presenting on either side, I really reflected on it. How do you manage this thing, electricity? Number one, the difficulty in managing electricity in an informal settlement is that it might not be well layered for you to run your lines and so on, And that is why it may be prone to breaches, which is a reality. We have seen it in many other informal settlements. So for me, the elephant in the room is really around how do you address or make provisioning for electricity in Soul City, pending that process. And in that Ike, I hope that this process is not going to be indefinite. It must not take a lifetime. You see? So you would have already communicated what the likely time frames are likely to be. So we don't want this thing to be further delayed than it already has. Because like we said, this thing, it's even prior to 2016. And there were a number of commitments made. And yet a number of blunders where PRTs redirected themselves to Infulane, whereas they were supposed to be commencing work in Soul City or in Mohali, if you will. You know? So if those can be averted, it might well enthuse the confidence of the residents of a Soul City. Or can need to only movement that they Octavius. You see? So all these other issues, but there seems to be an acute dispensation around which of the households gets to be electrified. It's an issue that needs to be addressed. Sipo. Of course, we're mindful, it may not necessarily be something that squarely falls within your purview. Because in Alintoya, who provides the electricity for Mohal? Eskom. Eskom. But you sort of coordinate, yeah, so there's that coordination. You know, so there might have to be a discussion around that. But in the final analysis, that Dr. Tobias and other speakers who will have expressed their views, is that at least, the department is now saying, hey, we might have missed an opportunity to interact proactively with the community so that we update them on any development. And in that day, IGE calls them a milestones, which is very crucial. Or when there's something that will have been completed, even prior the fall of the deadline, feedback. You see, keep the community informed on all developments that are there. Because when you don't do that, people grow anxious. These people are failing us. Including on the other needs, the temporary provision of services. That we come, we take stock jointly with the community around what is likely the need of the community, so long as we await the finalization of that process. Yeah, I'm trying to reconcile. I get it. Because in reality, we know that you can't be formalized tomorrow when this process is still pending. But also that you can't relocate because everything has been held in abeyance up until process e felela. Gore ntho engwe le engwe ya emisitswe gore process e tswelele pele e feleletswe. And up until process e feleletswe, there's not going to be any movement. The only movement that you will see is really just about the provision of services. Yeah, utwala. Yeah, utwala again. So can we wrap it up like that? In that part okay, so we're finalizing as how we will have started with the first petition. So the resounding theme for this external hearing in Mohali City, Madam Speaker, seems to be about the fosterage of a public engagement. You know? So government to public engagement seems to be the resounding theme of our hearing here. So how do we then engender dialogue between yourselves as government as well as the community? We really need to find a way so that we bridge the gap. Because if you bring them closer, at least to Konobabonsa your plans, you show them your plans and how they are being manifested. you will see that you will have allayed some of the anxieties. So how do we do that? Can Octavia so counselor? You are a counselor, wonderful. So we've got a counselor here. So it's a bit convenient for us. I get it. It's not too. But counselor maybe may just constitute a small team of about 5. So that at regular intervals you interact with whoever is who's responsible for this process. Is it Ike? Is it you?
So we have appointed GPF, the implementing agent. So GPF.
Okay.
Yeah, to manage the process, but I will be there overseeing the process.
Yeah,
So-
let's create a platform.
So
to,
as
to
part-
interact with the community.
Okay, so as part of this, we are going to have what you call social compact. So that social compact would have outlined all of this, the community, what they envisage, how we're going to work together with all of these entities. So that
How soon will that be in place?
Chair, I will communicate with the municipality. Those are part of the early process that the PRT is supposed to get done, because that's what opens up that channel to work within the community. Thanks.
No, I'm happy because at least the councillor is here. So Octavius, you must have our numbers direct. So that where you experience a frustration, we are going to frustrate who's responsible. Is it in your office in that Pitu? It's not, ne?
But it's under DDG Pumzile.
Yeah. Nage batla go province. I don't want it at the level of the municipality. As a tush. I can go Hamayana Lily na municipality mo that the part. Kenyaga ba the big boss. The boss of Muslim. So when I on Alamata or phone, I'm made to believe now, against how we started, during that the party might mean well, and he might be genuine. I doubted his bona fides in the morning. But when somebody stays the course throughout the day, you change, your view on them. So that the party, retuse batho ba Soul City. Ne? Arba tushing to get some movement and understanding amongst them. I get it. But also assisting them to understand the government processes. Because Nakongwe, it's neither this or that. But Nakongwe, there's a middle ground, which is the subject of a process. I get it. For their own interest. Because highly war plekele is unsafe. We can't risk the lives of our people. Because tomorrow, it can be a disaster. Again, so let's manage it with the sensitivity it warrants. Again, so please, let's manage it like that. Create that forum for interactions. Can we leave it at that? Okay. So thank you very much. And then let's deal with the outstanding issues. Mayor is the 78 toilets. Can we follow up on those things? I get it. And issue of electricity raised, or just also look into it, Octavia. So it's also going to form part of your follow-up. I get it. The 78 toilets, electricity-related issues. I get it. So, Madam Speaker, thank you very much for your presence, for being with us throughout the day. Wontate Pitso, wontate Pate, wontate Khetsi, wontate Sipo. Womme, ala ikitsi isoit. Marale leboa. And already it's a mistake earlier on, not only the community development workers that we did not acknowledge. I get it. Raba acknowledge, even though some of them might have already left. We acknowledge them. So we've come to the end of our program. We like le bona petitions ba re kana. A le sa ilo protesta la roa batho le no kwala fela petition. And then me Jabu Shabalal. Agere. Me Shabalala le me Musa ge. Re batlo le fa number go office ya rona ke 011. You know it. 498 5555. Yeah, 011 498 5555. Again, 011 498 5555. Legislature agar la izure ko gae. 55 Risik Street. Agar. Ale batlo tsensa di petition o itshwere. O ka nna itlisa le go direct. Agar. Ma security wa ba botsa fa re ke tlisitse petition. A tlo re phone. Agar. And then ya tsena mole. So re lebuile ba olo agar. Le ka moso agar. Re lebuile thank you.